And looking at this matchup as well, you have the contrasting points of view in the top four coming into things. I have to say, I'm a little surprised to still see Murray Gold coming into this. I was a little concerned for them going through that quarterfinals, but they looked good. They came out with victory, and now they will continue to move forward. And Scott, this is Emergence. In the tier list, I believe it goes Navigators, Emergence, Challengers, something else. Legends, Champions, or Champions Legends, whichever one of those two. And I think the level of play is just going to be excelled from this because of A, the seeding, and B, the results we've seen thus far. And I know for a fact that Concord has been doing a decent bit of scripting on the backside.
Let's see how those scrims and everything else kind of work in between. But Murray State Blue exited the main season 6-3. They had a very tough time in our previous matchup there in playoffs and took a 2-1 victory against the number 5 seed of Nighthaven. Same thing's not going to be said, though, for Concordia University, Wisconsin. 8-1, only one loss, a 2-0 rout against the number 8 Fanshawe Fuel Academy. They've had a pretty good time, a pretty easy time, we would say here, Dan. And that's going to be something that maybe is expected here in this matchup for the first series of the night. But we may see something a little bit different. Let's go ahead and take a look at that number 1 seeded team, their roster. IMAT, Jawbreaker, Augie, Canine Vacuum, and Stepbro on the board. A somewhat older roster. IMAT seems like they've been in college for about 35 years up to this point. I swear I see them everywhere. Augie about the same way. But a very good roster, and one you'd expect to see at the top of the line here.
Wait, did I miss a memo where IMAT switched from Akron to Concordia? Did somebody forget the... Is this another IMAT? Okay, I'm curious to see how this... Because I remember IMAT Collegiate Siege as a major last week. I could be wrong. We'll see when things continue. It's an odd position, but I mean, hey, figure out how IMAT does with Concordia, assuming this is the correct IMAT. We'll find out a little bit. Taking a look now at MSU Blue on the other side of things, as you mentioned, the 4 seed coming into things. Curiosity, as I am curious to see how things continue throughout the series. Travis, Amsim, Eggnog, and Oatmeal Boy. That's one of the better names I've seen in a little while here, Scott.
Also something we kind of expect to see coming out of the collegiate scene, especially when it comes to the lower bracket ideas. I believe we're hitting up Chalet first and foremost, because we aren't moving that scene over to that side. Chalet first and foremost, followed by Villa, and then Oregon as that last decider, should it be necessitated on the chopping block. It's kind of expected. You expect to see this one come forward. Skyscraper, border, theme, Dostoevsky, that's cafe. Not sure why we don't just put cafe. We picked the big word there instead. Those are the ones that were banned. Bank and Clubhouse, though they made it through the first ban phase and didn't get picked in the first selection, they eventually do get knocked off the chopping block and it goes to Oregon.
I'm a little surprised Bank also is picked between one of these two teams. I mean, in the lower levels of the NECC, we consistently see the more scrim-heavy maps being picked in best of threes, but it's still a feature where you have those maps that are just on the cusp of being in the norm. Cafe, bank, club basically is the norm. I don't know. But it's still awkward to see, especially when you take a look and say, hey, if you pick up this just on the cusp of norm, you could easily pick up a map in your victory, or in your favor as a first map victory. Hopefully, that is the case for Concordia as they pick up Chalet. They will start on the defensive side as, surprisingly enough, MSU chose the attack. Now, it is Chalet, not completely out of the realm of normality, but still an interesting subject, to say the least.
Map we tend to see in the collegiate scene, Dan, that can be fairly hit or miss. And in a North America or nearest airport, if you're an EU fan out there, we tend to be a bit behind the times. We tend to be a bit more second nature to big change up for strategy, big change up to whether it's a defensive or an attacker favorited map. Chalet, when it came out, was very attacker favorited, has fallen to a bit more defensive favorited, as has most every other map in the 8A scene. But then we're falling back into attackers are starting to step back into their element, and we just haven't really met into that state. So, Chalet, somewhat 50-50. You could pull out statistics for the pro scene, but let's be honest, we're not seeing that here in this division for the NECC. It takes too long for those strategies to hit here. These players, they play at their level. needed from them. Concordia have well-deserved their position here, and we see their ban right off the bat. Dokkaebi is taken off the board. Murray State follow in with the Inox Scanner of Jackal. Mira will follow suit for Murray State. Now Concordia, for a map like Chalet, Azami tends to get left on the board. Valkyrie can follow into a comfort zone. Kaid has been banned as well. So there are plenty of options for Concordia, and it may be a tough pick for them.
I have to say, I'm a little surprised seeing both Jackal and Mira gone, especially considering Murray State would most likely want to bring that in on their defensive side. Solus isn't a surprising ban, and Dokkaebi, let's be real here, is kind of broken and annoying to play against. As somebody who plays her, she's kind of broken and annoying to play against. When I can somewhat hold my own against top 5,000 players, then there's a problem. Let's be completely honest with each other here. Concordia, starting off on the defensive side, will kick things off with Master Bedroom and Office, arguably the worst site on Chalet, much less the upper 5 maps, to be a little less specific. They'll bring in a Cade, a little bit of a Malusi as well, which I can't say I'm too surprised out, but I'm curious to see how it plays out, considering Murray State can very easily bring in a Drama to counter it through. Thorn on the board, a Jaeger just the same, and for late round denial, they have the C4 of Jawbreaker on the Kaid, and the Toxic Beta Sonar, who's bringing in that smoke. But hey, Master Office, maybe not the most advisable of decisions, especially considering Thatcher's on the board. Those Electro Claws are going to be significantly less useful, considering the 5-meter radius of these come through. And, I think most importantly to this, opening kills are a basic requirement to Concordia's defense. If they play a little bit too far extended, then they're in difficult straits to understate the obvious. Please tell me that Electro Claw is on the site somewhere. I have no idea where it was put, but it did not seem like it was thrown directly on the site.
Is going down.
Reloading, cover me.
Doesn't seem to make a big difference to them.
Good online.
Hanging out on mezzanine. Why are they
Activating adrenaline surge.
You're still looking at problems that haven't really been solved thus far for Murray State either. They really needed to shut down Concordia's roam early, and it just has not happened. Odd spot, especially for Concordia, because they found that opening kill being forced out at least a small amount. Boy putting down the last of their 2 claymores. We saw the first one around towards the main office door, but they're looking to just try to aggress over towards the southwest side. The problem is they still have not cleared out this mezzanine room. K9 Vacuum is just casually waiting in towards the top of mezzanine. I believe there's already a walk-in over towards the double window if they want to try the swing. There's no safe space to walk in if you're on this Concordia defense, or for the Murray State blue attack to try and discern this Concordia defense. Finally they do, as they drop away the mezzanine hole.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. Attackers have located a bomb.
Nest ready.
15 seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining. Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Oh, and that's it.
5 seconds left.
And Amsim forgot that when you adrenal surge yourself, you breathe faster, and when you walk through toxic gas while breathing faster, you take significantly more damage. A little statistical analysis done towards the later stages of 2021, back when ESL was still the predominant holder of most of the R6 events, but that's neither here nor there. And I think it was really put together because
Defenders,
Finka was
protect
still
your
in the
bomb
meta.
from
LMG, of
by
course,
attackers.
still being significantly more prominent. Toxic Babes being significantly more deadly. And the utility meta
Discover the location of
still
a bomb.
being a, dire straight to hold for the attacking side. And it really just cuts you off, especially on Bank. I'm going to go back to that conversation, but, Bank is being played, so maybe another day. Concordia's defense holds fairly strong, though, and with or without the Adrenal Surge, they still looked fairly clean at that. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, and their hold worked out. They lost one player around towards Mez, but after that, they were able to fully clean up fast.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds left. Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Proximity alarm online.
Ready to push them out.
Cluster charge activated.
On the window towards mezzanine. That will clear out a lot of the floorboards there. Placed
Dosing EMP grenade. Special charge.
Curiosity killed the cat, and Curiosity is better than that cat. It's gonna be a 5v4 already.
Similar situation to our previous round, just the same, and there's not a whole lot that Murray State has to counter. Sure, they've opened up the main wall. Congratulations, you have an entryway onto the site. The bare minimum of winning a round based off of the objective has at least been mostly completed. The problem is, they don't have any smokes. They are not bringing any sets on anyone whatsoever. They EMP from the bulletproof camera, because that's a thing now, to take care of that was stuck in the drone hole, and the lack of information now for Murray State, alongside the lack of manpower. They don't even have real estate to work with. Again, it's really only that wall being open. And again, sure, they're gaining information, but is it actionable intel? That's the real question.
Reloading. Cover me. Lights out.
Attackers are activating the diffuser. Attackers need to protect the diffuser. Position compromised.
Round back for Murray State, and it ended up being the opening wall to give them all the control they needed, even without the smoke setup, and, well, lack of Warden for Concordia, irregardless. They didn't really have the control they needed. The Toxic Babes didn't find the payoff that was required, and the odd position, especially for the defensive side, was how in the world they just gave up all the real estate without even, honestly, taking the
Attackers need to
fights.
locate and
It was a
defuse as many
2v3 when
bombs
that diffuser was planted, and yet still, Concordia seemed not too bothered at the time was then against them. Odd hold, I'm gonna say, to understate the obvious, but one that I think they will certainly learn from. They are making some switches on the defensive side at a bare minimum. Some notable ones to say the more aggression, hopefully, from that Tachanka. I mean, it was Tachanka, and you also had smoke. How in the world do you not deny the diffuser?
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds remaining.
Device position.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
Which is something not a lot of teams follow.
Reloading.
Garage, a triple car garage. Play in through hall. Take control that main inside, and then
Repulsion device planted. Placing claymore. Device hacking.
Claymore mine deployed.
Device ready.
Disabling it!
Press converted.
good on that garage wall to make sure that there is so many possibilities for their entry in towards the site can end up playing out.
The fact they use the Clutch Drone instead of the EMP to open things up means they have a lot more time to work with when they originally get that opening. Shot from Augie to at least get a kill back. That was on the walk-in, I believe, through either West Main or down through Trench. Either way, it's an opener that is responded upon. And that late round denial is again shut down. Over-aggression from Stepbro, yes, that's their name, is really taken care of, and Concordia has another problem. A significant lack of late round denial. They have a C4, 2 impacts, and 1 Toxic Babe, as the second of the 2 that were remaining is now thrown forward.
Dan, we've seen a pretty rough time right now for Murray State. Travis is dead, but it is only an even kill. Concordia, we're holding on to at least an even spot, but Eggnog's frag now in a K9 changes the game of the pace ever so slightly. Curiosity without any more clutch drones in that back pocket, one still out in the field. Not that there's very much util still left to be stolen, but Murray State, they need the gun-up advantage. They need as many guns in the air. They have yet to clear blue. No player inside the map that's given control on that first floor. Still clearing out the second. Murray State has a high level of respect for that second floor, for the possibility of a roam clear and extension by that Concordia side. But you know what they don't have a lot of respect for? The Toxic Babe. Curiosity swings past it. They're going to swing over here towards corner on the opposing side of this drop. Sonar knows they're there, and it will be a closed-out kill. But unfortunately, Sonar also knows that Eggnog was going for the plant, but not fast enough. Amsim playing on elbow stairs from inside a fireplace. Oatmeal on the outside. Crossfire is there. Amsim can swing through the stairwell and deal with the player coming out from blue. Jawbreaker will have to keep their life in tow, but they'll fall quickly in the end. But Oatmeal goes down, run out upon by the player of Sonar, who's had a glorious round so far. They'll stick this diffuser. Unfortunately, not a halftime. Can't do that here in this game. But a huge lick of damage. The shotgun goes! And Amson's been DB'd, and Sonar has free reign to go for this defuse.
That should not have been a round victory for Concordia either. The way that the diffuser went down was a very odd position, certainly. A 3K, by the way, for Sonar, nothing to be understated, if not a 4th for them. And I have to say, the big part of that round, and the reason the diffuser was indeed put down, Augie threw a C4 out, but I don't know if anybody noticed it, it was caught by a hacked ADS. Because Zero hacked the ADS that was on the bomb chassis. And because of it, the explosion didn't directly come through. Sonar was a little over-focused on the fact that Curiosity was still in that garage-reinforced corner. And at a bare minimum, Murray State got the diffuser down. Granted, they didn't win the round, but it was significantly closer than it should have been. About a second and a half was the difference, if that at all. And a downed player ended up being the decision maker for Concordia. They do bring at least the bottom floor back in their favor, and they'll head right back up to Master and Office, of which was fairly successful for them last time around, but I'd be hoping to see some switches from Murray State on their attack. Also, this is where that setup was with the electrical. You know you can throw that from the top floor, but have a much better setup? I don't know why. Why would you throw that on the bottom floor where it can just be shot?
Unexpected?
There's a drone down there. I mean, maybe, but like, drones? IQ?
10
Hello?
seconds to insertion.
Hey, I mean, Concordia are first place for a reason. They're first seed for a reason.
5 seconds left.
Maybe that's the strategy that's kind of saved the day. Maybe if they tossed it in a way that would also get the bottom floors. I don't know if you can reach that. Is the circle wide enough to reach top mezzanine wall as well as the bottom one?
Yes.
The bottom two, since it... It may be a bit
it would
too
be
wide from
close.
what I'm seeing.
I'm not sure. I don't think so because of how
That'd be
far
like trying to
removed
do
the top of the reinforcement.
E-box on Oregon. Trying to do E-box wall as well as hatch. It just isn't doable anymore. They expanded it slightly. You can't get all walls as well as that hatch. What a play here from Blue. Inside, it's Augie taking down Travis, who's trying to swing in through that, well, breach snowmobile garage. They didn't reinforce it this round. Obviously not defending basement once again. Curiosity, though, apparently has no care that Travis was just felled here. Just sprints straight through. Wants to get some semblance of control and maybe deny that mezzanine player, which did cost Murray State round 1, to be fair. Concordia are readily aware of that player being very important to their strategy. They changed it off of the Thorn they had previously, and it was instead the Azami, and it is taken down. But unfortunately, once again, it's a refrag back the other way. And Murray State are bleeding these trade for trades, and that is a poor straight to be in. They've got to find a free kill, and Amson may have done just that.
A return at a bare minimum is there for Murray State, and that should be the call for Concordia to back away and condense their defensive setup at a bare minimum a little bit. Eggnog has a kind of nasty angle. I believe that extends all the way back to the left side of Piano, but not as deadly as one may seem. Concordia, of course, not extending that far on their defensive half. But what does Murray State do here on their attack? They can try to aggress from multiple angles, sure, but a significant now lack of utility with just breaching charges, a flash, and a few adrenal surges remaining, along with maybe 1 or 2 Selmas, TBD, as Eggnog's currently sitting on a drone. What do as you walk forward? The answer is adrenal sim and die, and that's the extent of your utility now gone, as it's an EMP that remains.
Tell the player holding out in Solarium. I highlighted that Murray State needed to extend here in their previous round of round 1. It's like they're still foregoing the majority of that decision. Toxic Babe gets sent out. I think Eggnog is just barely out of its range. Maybe the second one will tag. It does not. Augie will be forced to extend. And they see the ankle and, well, don't need to be a jackal to find the feet. Sometimes you can be named Augie and have the 416C to get the job done as well.
What?
Bomb diffuser disabled.
Did you see that?
The feet through the wall and they shot it through it? Yeah, I did.
Yeah. What?
I love the diffusing in the face of the competition, though. I think that was the part I loved the most out of that.
Making sure that your teammate can still finish off their pre-setup kill. Ironically enough, the team as a whole gets more points if you get a kill and then a kill assist for finishing off your teammate's downed player, because they still get credit for the kill. You just get a kill assist that you didn't deserve whatsoever. And, well, irrelevant to the game as a whole, but still fascinating if you want to be a point
Yeah, I don't think these players care about points.
Hey,
I think they care about scoreboard points.
Hey,
You know,
if
like
they
3-1 right now.
If they get more points,
Attackers
they
need to
technically
locate
top
and
frag.
defuse
You can
bombs.
have 0 kills and 19 assists and still do better than the guy with like 9 and 2.
Resident Doc mains are fiending. Same thing with Thunderbird, I guess. Technically,
Don't-
Thunderbird can heal more.
Don't give Yali a bigger ego than she has.
Yeah, that's true. She did not need that. Though it is well deserved.
Yeah.
By the way, Concordia, defensively, have been pretty steadfast. 3-1 is our current scoreline. Murray State on the attack. They faced off against 2 objectives truly up to this point.
10 seconds.
1 success has been the limit for their attack so
5
far.
seconds left.
And it was a pretty darn good round for them. It required a bit of a comeback from Concordia the second go around. The first one, they played it perfectly in round 2, getting the outside control and staying there. Concordia countered that in round 3, now forcing it to go back up to that second floor, which is again an interesting decision, once again in my mind, of playing this objective. And it works again. The same pretty much basis of defense. Player and mezzanine towards fireplace, not even a shield to defend in front of you, but a Kiva barricade at best. You do lose K9, unlike in that first round, but it still becomes a 3v2 at the end of the round. Murray State have a problem, and that problem is untraded frags. kills that do not go both ways. And even when they find a kill, it goes both ways, but for the side of Concordia for an advantage. That's the problem. Giving up first bloods and then not trading back. You can't let yourself fall into this kind of a slump. You lose the first, that's it. Because Murray State is not doing a good enough job right now of getting those refrags. They got to get this first blood down.
Murray State's had that problem as well, either entering into the building or getting the opening frag. What is K9 looking at?
I don't know.
I know I have X-ray vision, but that was an Ash face and a half, and it wasn't even Ash. That hitbox was even larger. I'm like 80% sure it was an upside-down fuse, if I could read my outlines properly. But that's a wild fight for nobody to even take damage, much less die. Okay. Well, we'll move on. Concordia will not lose that opening kill, even though they very much deserved to. And Murray State's attack still hasn't done a whole lot. It's been half the round, and they've barely entered into the map. The extent of the people inside of the walls of Chalet is Curiosity, and that's on the far side of the map. And Oatmeal fell off the roof.
Oh, good news. You get picked back up. It's a GBNL. Doesn't mean you're out. And there it is, first blood. That was something we highlighted so much for the Murray State side. Got to get that first kill, and a second one doomed to follow afterwards. Look at how much more effective Murray State have been on the dissolvement of that extension of that second floor when they take over from Solarium and Highway Side Window first and foremost. It has been a new team, and it's going to be a huge matter of emphasis as this plant starts to go down. It's fully completed. At least the kill there into Augie is. Curiosity hopped off it for nary a moment. Eggnog has been DPNO'd. Curiosity will eventually finally stick that plant. And it leaves just K9 by their lonesome. And Murray State will quickly clear that man away. And despite the somewhat funny meme that is falling off the roof and going DPNO'd, as I think that's what we highlighted it being. I'm not 100% sure. Observer did not pan over to it fast enough. They still come out with a flawless round result. Murray State, that was easily their best attacking round, even considering the perfect play of playing Snowmobile from outside.
Wild finish as well for Murray State. And the reason we saw that Curiosity hopped off the defuse for a second, they were originally putting it down, and then they were feeling a little less safe from above than they wanted to, so instead they hopped off, popped the EE1D, and allowed their team to just get a little bit more settled in on that site, making sure that the round was locked in just a little bit. To be specific, by the way, the fuse fell off of the toilet window balcony, that balcony, I believe, the west side of the map. Instead of the roof itself, it was basically the roof. Unfortunate, but downed via fall damage nonetheless. Tim the Tatman moment, to state the obvious. And Murray State's attack
Warzone reference.
Actually, that's an any game reference. He somehow almost took fall damage in Apex Legends when it was added back in for about 5 minutes. It was really funny. Anyway.
It is one of those moments. That is a moment of all time, Dan.
It is one of the moments of all time, very true. Concordia going back to the bottom floor, though, I mean, lesser of two evils, maybe. They kind of just got dusted on kitchen dining. I would have rather seen a bar gaming hold here.
To be fair, they're 1-for-1. It was close for that second round, and Concordia did have to extend outside, and obviously Murray State have keyed in on that. Hey, how do we lose that third round? Run out from Concordia that came out from Sonar, who had a just standout round. I think all three of Sonar's kills came from that round alone, because they killed Curiosity, who was on the clutch drone Brava, who swung in through elbow. They cleared Eggnog, who I believe was planting, and then they killed Amsim, who was on stairwell. All three kills to Sonar came from that round. So the idea right now for defensive Concordia is to repeat that success and maybe keep them out of the side a little bit more effectively. So they're going to rely a little bit less on the smoke and the toxic babes and more on the Shamika launcher that's in hand here for Stepbro. But the issue is Murray State have changed their strategy. Smoke canisters for the glass, they brought 4. They have so much utility with the Osa shields to hide behind for a free plant. That Shamika launcher will be a little bit less effective if you can't get the shots out effectively from behind cover before glass can rip your head off your shoulders.
I do like the patience from Concordia. This is similar to what we've seen in previous rounds, but a little bit more founded, at least as to the reasoning. Murray State's playing an also weird setup. They want to try and clear top down, but also want to continuously put pressure on the garage door as well. Obviously wanting to make sure there's no possible verticality as they walk through, but doing so in a weird way. And Talon shields are already put down, as is Travis into a fairly early grave. Augie finding that kill as they were walking around 45 as Travis was stuck on the fireplace stairs. And Amson is still around here with this V308 in hand. The problem is they take and deal just about the same amount of damage, but the headshot through the wall onto Vacuum, who was still already fairly low, and Concordia have lost that man advantage they worked so hard for.
Augie's still down on the first floor, though, playing from behind bar stock. Concordia are still finding big pickup kills to continue to bury the Mary State side. The Osa shield's no longer available. The only limited amount they have are still in that back pocket. Eggnog and Oatmeal will toss out the last two of their smoke babes, one apiece, and while there is technically a chance, I won't say smoke babes, that's Sonar's utility. Well, there's a chance to go for that plant, it's just not safe. Only one kill has gone in Murray State's favor, and it was neither the Tashanka nor Sonar on that smoke, which means Toxic Babes and the launcher are still available to deny Murray State on this entry. They don't have the util. You got a glass sniper, yes, you can hit some good shots, maybe DBD or finish off a player, but there's cover. They can hide in space. They can take control of points. And Eggnog's not waiting for the fire to dissipate. They'll have to go for a more egregious plant decision. The Shamika launcher going down, covering fire is, yes, there. But now Diffuser's out in the open in no man's land. No time to plant. Round will be over. Great shot by Oatmeal onto Sonar. But the damage has truly already been done. And Murray State will fail once again on the basement side.
The round as a whole was all for naught to start with. There was a bulletproof camera on the wall in the backside of garage. Even if you take care of the default, there's still basically X-ray vision through whatever smokes you put forward. So your glass was null and void. As soon as the smokes went up, everybody knew A, where the smoke was, B, where the glass was, and C, where not to swing from. And D, if required, where the diffuser was going down, hence the swing from the Tachanka. Combine that alongside audio cues, and it was basically a done round for Murray State. Odd setup, as I said, but the fact is they smoked everything off and just didn't push off the back of it, nor did they have any utility to take care of that bulletproof camera. I believe they tried to get it with an impact EMP from distance, but even then it was caught by an ADS, so fairly null and void. Concordia will now switch to the attacking side with a 4-2 attacking split, or 4-2 defensive split onto their attacking side of their own plan.
And I would dare say Collegiate is still kind of in that older style. Strategies tend to fall a lot slower to the Collegiate scene, especially the lower you go in divisions. Maybe we're going to see a more attacker-favorited Cholet come out from Concordia, but at the performance we saw go for them in favor for their defense, this could very well just be a Concordia-sided map where they just take it through and through and don't find too many difficulties against Murray State. But this is also Concordia's map pick, so this could be another reason why we're seeing it go that way. Interesting Kiba barricade. I can only imagine that that was intended to hide the Kaid Electro Claw.
That's actually really smart.
It didn't get the exact formation I think they were hoping for, but it is very smart. Because it won't... Oh, actually, technically, can we get another look at that? I don't think the observer can do that.
No.
I think the barricade is purposefully defending it from below. So they can't play inside a fireplace hall, right next to that dining wall, and spray upwards to clear away the Kaid Electric Claw. Is it enough? Was it placed perfectly?
If it is, that's wild. If not, it feels bad, man. But I'm not sure if Concordia would have the forethought to also go down below, considering they put an Electro Claw on the bottom floor thinking that Murray State wouldn't go check it. Well, we'll see if it works for them. Sonar finds the opening, so Concordia, at a bare minimum, have an opening duel in their favor. And Sonar's going to put their drone at least towards the fireplace side, try and gain any semblance of information as they want to aggress this push forward. But at a bare minimum, Concordia has cleared out any semblance of a roam on at least the south side of the map, and have an opening pick. Pretty good if I do say so myself.
Yeah, I'm honestly unimpressed with Murray State's extension here. And maybe that was a set strategy in the first place. Maybe it wasn't. I do love the play here, though, with the pocket EMP. Denying it with the Kaid Electro Claw. A second one around back-to-back. It's very difficult to Kaid Electro trick. They seemingly have a pretty good objective here and a pretty good capability to do so. Maybe a nade tossed in through that open wall would have cleared away the chances of Eggnog going for that. But now that is effectively denied all points of entry in for the side of Concordia. in through that office wall. And so they're going to have to re-change up their plan and start to peek in towards Ivy, where Eggnog is having a field day. You've got Osa shields, and you're not using them as a team. That's a major problem, and Eggnog is still allowed to be fed an all-you-can-eat buffet of attackers coming their way. It is 3 alone already to the TCSG and NitroCell combined.
I don't think he's done either. Still playing, trying to play aggressive towards the walk-in with the L8. You can see Jawbreaker taking some damage as they try and walk through as well. This is a problem. Also, a weird 2.5, the Russian 2.5 to be specific, to have on this SK11, and oh my goodness. That's not the greatest of decisions. Smart play, have to say, from Oatmeal Boy, using the track stingers as a basic bulletproof shield in front of them. But you still feel bad. It's a 1 versus 4 here for Augie. And he's dead.
Why should throw the track stingers on the platform of Library Stairs down below, where they'll actually make an audio cue instead of just right above? I'm not entirely sure. It's the same reason you bring Gridlock on Cafe, Dan. The staircases have platforms. They have landings before you move up the second stage of the stairs. That landing is a prime spot for those track stingers, for tossing out the Gridlock utility. Not placing them there and placing them at the top, like you said, not only can it act as a de facto bulletproof object in front of their face that can eat a single shot, which is pretty much what Blackbeard is good for these days. You have a free Blackbeard on the defense. It also makes it so that you make no noise, and the entire point of that denial for flank watch is null and mute. There's no point for it. And Concordia, despite a pretty solid start, getting first blood, they squander their chances, and most of that was at the hands of Eggnog, who had a field day in that round. They entered that 4-5, and they exit 7-5. And they even capped onto assist on top of it. That hold from that office wall, the Kite electro tricking, the 4 pocket EMPs that were brought by Concordia, all denied by one man.
I have a similar situation here as well. Murray State looking to possibly set up a carbon copy of a setup, but Concordia have learned from prior mistakes. So instead of bringing in just a single set of impact EMPs, they are bringing in the full Thatcher as well. But they are only putting forward a single hard breacher, that being the Thermite, no extra hard breach tools, nothing of redundancy in that realm. So there could be problems if the either A, Electric Claw isn't taken care of as quickly as it should be, or B, they aren't able to as cleanly take care of things. Impact EMP looking to be used first at a bare minimum to try and save over some of that utility, but it misses. They throw it in the wrong spot, so they're able to just quickly pick up the other Electro Claw, and this is a problem for Concordia. Do they just go a different way?
Attackers have located a bomb.
Maybe a split in here? I think this would probably be the right play. How many times do we highlight that Murray State was a bit too one-dimensional on their attacking approach? It was only Snowmobile Garage. That was all they took. That's all they wanted. And I think with Murray State having a more active extension than we saw come out for Concordia, not that it was absent for Concordia, I think this was a good play from Concordia to go for this clear. Stepbro steps in. Easy pickings onto Curiosity, who has not had a good time on the defense so far. Has been first blood, I believe, both rounds here, Dan. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
You can't lose a player like that so often. They've already been relegated off to default drone duties. And I don't think there's a bulletproof cam set up. I don't see it visually as of this point. It's a lockdown garage like we saw Concordia do previously, though they do have one available to them.
There is only one set of smokes available here for Concordia, so to bare minimum there is some relief, and a C4 still on the board, but nothing other than that C4 available for Plant Denial, and the C4's thrown and hits nothing but thin air. So Concordia have every feasible advantage other than those Shamika launchers. That's their main problem. I don't know if Sepro's going to clear this corner either. Oatmeal Boy has made very little noise, if any at all, and is just happy to play patiently here. There's no reason for them to have to aggress, but Stepbro, through like minuscule pixels, is able to drop Amsim, who's sitting inside of Wine. A refrag is there, sure, but that's a big pickup, especially here for Concordia towards blue.
Jamaican launcher going out, and Travis holding the same spot. We saw Sonar on the smoke the round prior on their defensive half. Do so. Vacuum in a fight for their life, seemingly comes out on top towards blue and deals with Oatmeal Boy. That's backward pressure that should theoretically force Travis and Eggnog away from those Apex fronts. Travis, unfortunately, firing a Shamika launcher the wrong way. Now will be forced to pay the price. Jawbreaker will have a tough time getting that plant down and getting out alive, but the plant still goes down, sticking it through and through. Travis all by themselves, but it's Augie up on the first floor in Fireplace Hall to deal with that pressure and assist the team. That verticality that was noticeably absent, Dan, from Murray State's attacking position when it came to that basement site 3 times was brought in full force by Concordia.
Few question marks as well that I have for Murray State's defense. Not bad whatsoever, but the problem is a little overextended. Curiosity, as we mentioned, sitting inside an office without any help whatsoever, nor information to play off of, apparently didn't have their headphones on. Stepbro just walked up behind him and shot him in the back of the head, execution style. And then their defensive setup over towards the garage itself, sure, you have the Shamika launchers, not a bad setup overall, but as soon as you run out of that position, or you mess up one, like we saw Travis do, you had to go around towards connector, and I really hope there was a Talon shield in front of Jawbreaker as they got that diffuser down. If there wasn't, it was a free kill and defusal denial, gone. And a problem, especially considering you could have quickly brought back what was a really done deal in a 1v4 to a possible 1v3 clutch. Obviously didn't happen as we saw, but still the possibility would have been there. Concordia do readjust, as you mentioned, very well though. Verticality was there as they honestly needed, and the quick take much better this time around. That adjustment was significantly different.
Plenty of adjustments can still be made from Murray State, more than just changing up their objective.
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe Curiosity's pivot over to the Jaeger.
Attackers are heading out to the
Having the 416C, maybe a more, I wouldn't say competent rifle, because I think the SMG you bring out in your alibi is one of the better guns inside Siege, personally speaking. But the 416C, obviously a favorite, and Curiosity's had a pretty rough time on their extension. Sit them back on site, have them babysit a little bit more, have them sit inside that stock side, that pantry, and just give them a role that's more indicative of a lifestyle that can maybe keep them alive for a bit longer. And that's been a bit of a problem. Travis trying to play from mezzanine on that fireplace side. Tries to swing out to deal with that office balcony, and unfortunately will pay the price. Great drone work coming out as well, and Oatmeal Boy will barely escape with their life after the swing out once again by Sonar. It's just a very tumultuous battle for Murray State to maintain control with these extensions. Their extensions have been very poor, Dan.
They have had that problem, and the other problem that I continually see from them is, yeah, they're extending, and their extensions aren't poorly set up, they're poorly held long term. Their ideals aren't bad, but the problem is they don't have that immediate refrags. Exactly. And they don't have those immediate refrags either. You saw Travis just play wide and mez. I think Eggnog just did the exact same thing and it was quickly taken care of. You've lost 2 impact players on the top floor that had no extra utility to put out. Sure, you're not missing any extra Wamai magnets, no Kiba barricades, whatever, but that's 2 guns you don't have. And Stepbro's down, sure, I believe to a frost mat because they didn't check their grippers. But, yes, I said it. I don't care. But what does Concordia do? Well, the answer is die from below because you ran into a frost mat. And then get 2 kills back.
2 picks up. Looks like the only player remaining right now is Oatmeal Boy, and well, they may have to take their lumps here. It's Concordia with 3 players remaining. Augie on that second floor, and well, you're walking into their quite literal loving arms, a big bear hug, and you'll have no more space to breathe with that suffocating play. Concordia were very decisive on that push forward. Not only dealing with the mezzanine player, which honestly was, I won't say a fluke, but it's one of those ones that Concordia isn't playing for, Dan. They weren't going for that kill. It was a crime of opportunity. A poor shot is sent, Sonar fires back, and they clap back with the kill. Then they take control over towards office. They flush that player out, almost taking down Oatmeal at the same time. They barely escape with their life. And then the second crime of opportunity arises, I believe, for Stepbro off screen. Another player off the board. It's been a very rough time for Murray State. We highlighted the extensions being poor. They've got great positioning. They're in the space. But imitation, well, yes, the best form of flattery, is purely just that. If the team can't sit and play it comfortably. Curiosity, I want to see this so true. Cuba Barricade's not yet ready, so they can't yet send it out, but please, observer, do not get off of him. I do not want to miss this coming up.
I guess you could say curiosity's getting the better of you.
Keep us straight.
Ooh,
What
that
the?
is perfect.
It looks like a trident. What the?
It
That
is
so
it is
weird.
it's a shuriken. I think it's because it only will go over solid surfaces, and it is considering the Kite Electro Claw as a surface, and so it wants to extend that gap between the two wooden, balusters.
Cover their diffuser.
So it extends over that. So it's essentially changing or adding an extra length to the distance, and they're using that as a way to hide the Electro Claw, which is honestly very intelligent. That is a great play from Murray State.
I like the play. The innovation really coming to them. Murray State at least bringing something back, and Travis caught out though through the hole already created, and that opening kill now null. Granted, you do take care of a buck, which is a fairly important pick, all things considered, and there is no hard breacher set up here for Concordia because it's not like it's master bedroom and office or anything. You don't need a hard breacher; those are overrated. Oh wait. No, that's basically the main strat of attacking this bomb site. Oh, I looked at the wrong notes. My bad.
It is a very interesting decision. A little less irony or sarcasm coming out from me. It is a very interesting decision. Buck has pocket hard breaches, but Sonar's dead.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Putting all your eggs in one basket. Oh no, my eggs were in one basket and I dropped it. It's something that now Concordia will have to make up. And they still had a problem last time of taking control of office, so they'll have to change up the methodology of swinging in towards this second floor. And they'll choose to do so from trophy stairs. Jawbreaker with a wonderful shot to Travis. Another opportunity was given to them towards Curiosity, but unfortunately, Curiosity will survive for a few moments longer. But the same thing cannot be said for Jawbreaker, who takes and bites the bullet being sent their way from AmSim. Augie barely surviving the rush out that was brought forward. Another interesting decision by Murray State. They want to take the fight to them, thinking they've got the gun-up advantage, and most of the time that's not been the case.
I'm reloading.
How can you confidently take some of these gunfights as well, knowing that Concordia is on seemingly every single angle in the game? Eggnog, playing to what was their safety position just a few rounds prior, is now significantly less so, as they want to play aggressive, but they just do not have the information nor the utility to work with. Only a C4 available for them, and the team as a whole. Augie is on the walk through here. You have a sledgehammer. There we go. Second time's the charm. But Eggnog, as soon as they swing, will find this sledge. A sledge actually almost removes their head from the rest of their body, but with 30 seconds left, Murray State happy to just play patiently as Concordia still has to go.
Concordia has control over here towards that master bedroom side. They just don't have the point of entry because they're missing Augie with the hammer to break down the Kiba barricade. They had just used the breaching charge, and maybe if they had a hard breach, they could have entered in through that wall that was more likely not reinforced from Murray State leading in from Solarium. That's not been the case. K9 will have to ego swing towards Piano. It nets them the kill and a Curiosity. Augie has diffuser. It's been dropped, but you got to get this kill! And K9 pounces just in time. Concordia will strip this round and this map away from Murray State, taking the victory 7-3. It looks lopsided, but a lot of those rounds were very close on both sides for either team. But a much-deserved win for Concordia University, Wisconsin.
So close, yet so far as well for Murray State Blue. They seemed very consistently on the cusp of taking those rounds, especially in the first half, and in the later stages of the second half just the same. Well, yeah, just minor mistakes that were getting the better of you. When you make minor mistakes up against a team that can exploit them to the fullest extent possible, those minor mistakes are going to get you more often than not. And that's exactly what happened. Concordia finds an opening pick, sometimes two, occasionally a third, and then they turn it into a round victory. Yeah, the last round was a little chaotic considering Concordia took forever and a day just to try to start to take the site, even though they had all the information, utility, and manpower they really needed, but they still win the round and the trade battle in the end.
I think attacking-wise for Concordia, it wasn't necessarily the game of refrags that was plaguing the opposing side as much as it was in the first half. Concordia attacking was very suffocating. They would close in gaps, they would cinch in positions, and that would turn the defense into a game of, is this tiny pixel adjustment I've just made going to get me shot? And 9 times out of 10 it did. And that was something that Concordia was very wise on. And I think when it came to the attack for them, it was something that a lot of teams aren't necessarily as good at. I think it's one of the reasons why they're number 1 seed, and one of the reasons why they took that map. But for Murray State, the first half was those refracts, without a doubt. Losing first blood, not trading it immediately, and just turning the rest of the round into a trade-off gunfight. The only round that wasn't that was their victory in round 2, where they stole it away with a perfect garage play. They kept the 2 outside players. Concordia didn't need to play for refracts because they didn't have the opportunity because they were locked down. Round 3, same de facto strategy, but with a glass instead, and a much smarter hold from Concordia, who then did play refracts, who then did play a smarter idea, who ran out for a re-engagement and won it off the back of that. Sonar having amazing 3 kills in that round to save the day. It just seems like Concordia were adjusting a lot better when they saw the weaknesses, the glaring faults. And we didn't see that from Murray State. But maybe the second map will be different here, Dan. Maybe time will tell. But speaking of time, we're going to take a quick break in between map 1 and map 2 and be ready to go underway when that match is getting started. We'll see you guys when things get on the way.
A first map selection of Chalet, and a first map victory on Chalet for Concordia University as they will kick things off up 1-0 here in the Emergence semifinals. Time to Light, still joined alongside Infernosis for our first match of the night. And Scott, what has to change for Murray State Blue as we head into Villa, their own map selection?
A lot. When it comes to their attack, they need to not lose first blood, and they need to be a little bit quicker when it comes to their refracts. When it comes to the defense, they need to be a bit sturdier when it comes to their extensions. We highlighted great positioning, right idea, just a poor execution. And I think a lot of that was from fear. We saw the mezzanine player go down. Sonar had a great flick to deal with them when they try to go for the fight. And then Sonar swings in for the player inside of office. They could have stayed there. They should have known. The call-out should have been made. The second player retreats when they could have stayed there, could have fought, could have bought more time. They just don't have maybe the tools to help them because obviously they don't feel comfortable in a gun engagement for a one-on-one with the extension when they theoretically should have had an advantage in the first place.
Well, Concordia will choose the defensive side here on Villa, compared to being given the defense on their own map pick of Chalet. And with that defensive setup, they will ban out the Dokebi. An Osa being banned by Murray State, though. And I don't think that Osa was that much of an important part of Concordia's attack. Yeah, it was shown in, 2 of the 4 or 5 rounds that we saw. But it wasn't the pivotal part that really threw off Murray State, nor did it warrant a ban. I mean, if you're not roaming all that much here on Chalet, or here on Villa, compared to what you were on Chalet, I suppose keeping Jackal up makes a little bit more sense, but interesting to say the least, and you can see Vacuum putting a frowny face. Apparently they do care that much about the Osa, so pretty good.
I mean, they did use the Osa quite a bit, so there was maybe some level of hate for it. I think one of the things we need to look at for in terms of the bans is the fact that Mira and Solus were taken off on both maps. Solus, I think, is a little bit more impactful when it comes to Villa than maybe Chalet. Chalet's flanks tend to be a bit easier to watch with a Nomad, with a Gridlock. They tend to be a little bit easier to lock down with utility. Not the same case scenario here for Villa. Villa is very flat for your dimensionality, for your verticality. You're not going to step into maybe a vertical play and have a giant opening such as Fireplace Hall or have to deal with the pressure coming from Solarium inside Trophy. It's going to be, if there's a floorboard, it can be shot through. If there's vision, you've got to go to that floor to see it. It's very different from Chalet. I just don't know. Maybe it's just a de facto ban. Maybe they go for it locked in. I think Murray State, though, was the team. No, it was Concordia. I take that back. It was Concordia. Concordia really just don't like the Solus, I think. They didn't want to deal with it on map 1. That was their map pick. Now on Murray State's. They'll get rid of it here as well. But they start off on the defense. Sonar with the Toxic Babes for their smoke. The 416C in the hands of Augie when it comes to that Jaeger. Castle on the board for Canine Vacuum. Step Bro on the Ella, of all things. Not often you see the Ella here, Dan. And Kaid coming on for Jawbreaker.
You know, I was playing my fair share of rank today. I gotta say, pretty happy. I was undefeated. I played 3 games. I won 3 games. Granted, I had like a .56 KD and was a default cam warrior, but we won all 3 games. And Ella was a fairly staple part of our defensive setups. And I think Ella's got a little underrepresented in recent history, naturally being thrown off a little bit, but Brava being put forward and being able to hack out a lot of utility, and even before the Brava input, you don't see a lot of players really banking on the Gearschmott mines because they're not playing around them. Sure, they can be used for information, but you have beepers for them. Why use an entire operator and waste what could be a possible 1.5x on a T5 SMG, well, at least before the nerf, for just a single operator?
I think the Evo is one of those, weapons that was so feared for the longest time here in R6, Dan. And as an old school player, which is another reason why I love kitchen and dining on this map of Villa, and I'll highlight that when we see that objective go forward, so you'll hear me say that again later. It's kind of sad to see the Evo having fallen off of its high pedestal that it had previously, though rightfully so. It was very broken. Speaking of broken, Travis will lay broken on the floorboards, having stepped in through that library side just moments prior. Dies in living room. Great assistance to refrag back from Murray State, as Curiosity will quickly aggress forward that para and deal with some of the competition. But that doesn't stop the SMG-11 off screen, nor the Evo from Stepbro of dealing with 2 players in tow. It is Concordia with a huge man advantage already off the rip, and Murray State's attempt at verticality with the nades from the first floor through Skylight just doesn't really work out for them. And they'll now have to fight 2 versus 4 without any sort of control or available hard breach still remaining to maybe clear away some of those annoying sightlines.
The extent of their utility as well is just the EMP, which only takes care of select amounts of utility, and most of that utility left over wouldn't be a point into the game with or without the EMP sitting in. Gearschmott Mine lands onto Eggnog as they walk forward. Oatmeal Boys just walking into Astro that I don't think they've been noted. Sonar, however, the opposing SAS op, has picked up the kill with the SMG-11, and Eggnog, being left alone, has to walk in here through the statuary door. Is seen, but is still alive, at least for the time being. The problem is a 1 versus 3 with 20 seconds and no utility nor drones whatsoever. A little bit of a difficult clutch, to understate the obvious, as they still have to take through the master door and discern 2 angles, one on the far side towards Astro. That has been taken care of, but the other over towards landing, and Augie finds the kill off the back of it. Good refrag and good setup for Concordia as they open up with round victory on the defensive side.
Things look maybe a little bit close there towards the end, with Murray State kind of climbing back, but Concordia still felt like they had things under control. I highlighted when Concordia was on the attack, it felt like they were a very suffocating assault in towards the objective. Murray State maybe looked like they were attempting some of the same idea, but the issue is, when you're talking about Chalet, every one of the objectives, except for maybe bar and games, every one of the objectives allows for entry from more than one angle to really close things in, to fully wrap the hand around both sides of the windpipe there for the defense of Murray State. That's not necessarily available here on this map. You're going to extend as if you're defending Study, as if it's the point. It's not a great point of attempt there for suffocating. So Murray State don't have that option. They don't have the ability to take control of Astronomy, use that as a point, and they didn't even try to take control of Landing, Dan, to use that as a point to choke things out either. Murray State just took a very flat approach, and though there was some level of verticality playing in the first floor, every Star Wars fan in existence knows that the high ground is key, and it's just not an available option. So don't give up that position and force the roamers that are there, and we know they were there for Concordia on that first floor, to be a non-factor for the defense. Force them to rotate and then hold them off guard from Landing, from Astronomy, take control of those areas, and there's no chance for them to help on the defense. And you're essentially fighting a 5v3 on site with your flank watch and flank utility doing the dirty work for you in the later stages when those defensive roamers have to rotate back to site.
Setup is a little different here for Murray State as well. Lion isn't anything out of the realm of normality. Bringing both the Lion and the Fink is something we've seen from Murray State in the past. But combining that with a Cali on the Ace just the same, they want to play for long distance. They do not want to have to put themselves in the line of fire to get a line of fire, which is an odd setup, but I have to say one I appreciate. But the question for them really is, how do you set up around towards Study? If there's any utility set up over towards that side, sure, you can take care of the, main Study wall, the other over towards Bar, sure, but if you don't have your way directly through, what do? Eggnog will start to throw out some of those Selmas and open things up, and they will do so successfully, so job done for Concordia. In all fairness, there wasn't any defensive utility for those walls, but still, at least a step forward in the first minute.
One of the things I've noted here was, where the heck was Jawbreaker playing and still playing our observer was really harping in on them previously, and I think that was for good reason. Jawbreaker's been hanging out in dining all the way over by kitchen, the opposing end of the map, all the way to the northeast on the first floor. And Murray State have given no pressure in that direction. They're playing for a 4-man defense on site, maybe just 3 with a single extender over towards Classical Hall, and then they're going to play for a late-stage flank. The right idea, but it really is a huge matter of importance for the execution. Because if they fall short, Dan, all of that was for nothing, and you wasted what could have been a defensive position with all 5 players for a risky maneuver. High risk, high reward. We haven't necessarily seen anything come out of it just yet. Maybe this is the chance. Amsim's hanging out on that second floor up in the master bedroom, and Jawbreaker, maybe having heard that noise, is walking around as slow as they can get. I think Murray State are wanting to build up some sort of pressure towards 90 Classical Hall, but they're being met towards main stairs and can't gain a point of emphasis to work from, and it's cutting them off. Oatmeal, though! 2 big shots, and Sonar and Stepbro are dusted, leaving things to an even 3-on-3 where Augie's got to play quite close to the chest, and a flash will make things even more difficult. Do they have the manpower to now hold on to it? They've lost control of sight, and Jawbreaker's gonna have to play from main stairwell down on the first floor.
2v2, but Augie finally brings that kill back. The problem is playing vertical with a C4, not a guarantee. You said diffuser. Travis has retrieved it as they go in towards the site. I do believe there is still a camera on it, though. Information at a bare minimum could very well be there, but Jawbreaker's gone towards the wrong side. The lack of information will cost Concordia, and they even got the wrong ping in general. The C4 misses in its entirety, and Augie, now trying to retake from the far side, is dropped by Oatmeal Boy. A 3K, this final one with the SMG, or SP SMG, and it's down to Jawbreaker with the MPX in hand. They need to retake from the study side. There is an entryway onto the site from both the bar and the aviator side. The problem is the bar opening is also a fireway as they're dropped down, and Murray State somehow bring that one back from the brink.
Most of the time when you see a player playing for the Nitro Cell denial in the late stages of a round, Dan, they're playing on the first floor the whole time. They're sitting in library, they're sitting in living room, and that's where they're kind of lying in wait. You act as if it's the throne room that is on Theme Park, right? You sit in this central defendable point and you play for your life. Concordia opted to forego that. They put Jawbreaker in dining, and they just said, stay invisible. Don't be seen. Be like water, don't be there. That was their idea for that defense, and unfortunately, called it as a high risk, high reward, and there just wasn't enough of a reward for that play. Not only did Jawbreaker continue to go killless in this series up to this point, they didn't find the impact they wanted with the Nitro Cell. Too late, and like you said as well, wrong position. And it puts Concordia now in a tied spot with Murray State, who any momentum that can fall in favor of Murray State is going to be something that they are going to feed upon. Every team in the top 4 for this division, they have egos. Every R6 player is an ego. You cannot deny that, Dan. I know you have an ego, and you were talking about being a drone default cam warrior just a few minutes prior. You let them feed the beast, and things will start to go back the other way. That's why Sonar was doing so good on map 1 after that big round they took in Stowe when they got the 3K defending basement.
Murray's attacks have also been a little sporadic, to understate the obvious as well. They've had different calls as they walked forward, different attacking setups depending on the map as well, which is to be expected. Obviously, the map/site dependent sets are not out of the realm of normality. But the significant differences that we're seeing, for instance, Lion for Brava, a switch out to the Flores instead of what we saw in the previous round as the Cali, that's not abnormal, but certainly different to see. And Murray State's been happy to do that. Again, consistently. Make switches. Do not allow Concordia to get at least complacent on this defensive side, or try and make them complacent. But remember, this is the same site we saw in the previous round, yet a drastically different defensive or attacking setup now as we see.
The Clutch drone that was brought out in round 1 just didn't really do very much, Dan. And I think one of the reasons why is typically you bring out the Clutch drone when you're trying to deal with Banshees, when you're trying to deal with utility that slows the push in the late 20 to 30 seconds of the round on site. And Banshees are the biggest problem. There were no Banshees in round 1. The only thing they had to be concerned about were the Gersmont mines of Ella. Steal those, maybe you can give yourself a boon and say it's a positive bonus. I just don't think that was viable. What is, though, is finally having the Malusi on the board for K9. getting those clutch drones in play, and using them effectively. But you also got to just play effectively. And look what's going on. Augie and Sonar taking 2 picks right off the bat, ripping away Hard Breach and Rotero drones. This round is basically already over unless Murray State can pull off a miraculous frag-heavy comeback.
The odd setup for Concordia off dropping that diffuser, they are not playing directly on the site. Information gained at a bare minimum, but Murray State has so much direct control on the outside of the site itself as they walk forward. Granted, diffuser's not in their control, sure, and that may very well end up being their downfall, but Travis in this 1v3 can certainly go retrieve it from Veranda and have time in their favor. 30 seconds isn't the most amount of time we've seen in clutch scenarios, but it's still decent enough if they walk forward. They have to discern from that vault position, though, and that may very well end up being what costs them the round. 90 also occupied. K9's actually walked up as close as the books and will fall to Travis. That over-aggression getting the better of them, but Travis, now with low HP, dives to Augie through the wall, and Concordia bring another round back.
Exactly what you're looking for Concordia. Attacking-wise on Villa, maybe they're strong, so we saw how good they were on Chalet. And there are a lot of alliterations you can use to kind of compare Chalet and Villa. Very wide map, quite large in its totality. A lot of the defensive holds are very similar. Both have a kitchen and dining. Both have a double hold with a gap in between. You see that when it comes towards garage. You have to go through 2 doors for that link. But the verticality difference, like I highlighted before, the openness is different. And I think that may be something that Concordia really harnessed on Chalet that isn't available for them here on Villa. And Villa plagues a lot of attacking teams. We've seen it happen here with Murray State. You gotta have an extension. A lot of teams will send all 5 in through something like Master Bedroom. Well, technically, I'll call it out for this round. A lot of teams will send out 5 attacking players in through stunning. Clear the extensions south to north. And then they'll rotate 2 to 3 players so they hit Master Bedroom and the Solarium window. And then keep those 2 players, or the 3 that they've left towards landing, and they'll use that as their foothold for the pincer. Take the full squad to create the strongest part of the arm, and then rotate out. That would be the right idea for Murray State. And it wasn't an option for Concordia on Chalet because of how open the map is. It's a lot easier to take control of those positions for the pincer and choke. But Murray State haven't done that very well. Last round they attempted it, John. Dan.
Wow,
he was
I'm
gonna
John
get you wrong
now?
at some point.
Wow.
Yeah, you're 6'8". We saw it last round. Murray State put 2 players through study, through main, and then took control of Classical Hall to a degree. Not to a highest level of success, mind you, obviously. But the only success they had was from main, from coming from study. Everyone else got cut down, so they lost the strongest part of the pincer. They should have set up through Statuary and Trophy first, and then swung those players around in the second half because they just weren't useful to the team until once the pincer kind of got set up completely.
Seems like that a Rotella Claw will land, and I believe onto 2 separate Selmas. Yeah, Eggnog's down to just 1. That's a problem for Murray State to start things off. Another attempted setup there. I don't believe this one will do as much as seen in prior iterations. Dropbreaker does pick that one up, though, and immediately throws it right back down. The walk-in from Eggnog, though, immediately shut down. Sure, the Electroclaw only finds the second of the 2 breakable sets of Selmas, but it's a kill and no extra utility. Travis, by the way, is just waiting for this walk-in. They will look to find out where they lie, and after the castle is seen, they are shot from behind, from in front, but still find a kill!
Oh my
No
goodness.
way K9 actually wins at least one fight. I refuse to believe it. 4v3 for Concordia.
Not real. Not real. Technically, if you refuse to believe it, it'd be a 4v4. That just hasn't been the case. Thankfully, though, things will still even up for Murray State as Amsim takes down Stepbro, who's maybe a bit overextended, as expected, though, for Anella. Not to play that roam and extension as best you can. A dangerous step inwards for Oatmeal Boy. A quick rush in through Master Bedroom, and now taking control over here towards that astronomy side and bathroom. Amsim has control of the astronomy staircase, but Travis loses control of their life. Forfeited by the 416C in the hands of Augie. But that Collie sniper is finding targets. And it's been a pretty dominant weapon for Murray State in this series so far. Saw it get 2 kills a couple rounds prior, and has obviously found yet another one here. Even thanks to a 2-on-2 Nitro Cell toss through! But it's not going to connect. It's Oatmeal instead again. Has has to be shut down almost! But AMSIM can collect themselves just quick enough on the draw, straight to the crotch, and it will be Concordia falling short with Murray State tying things back up.
Wild swing as well forward. I don't know how in the world Murray State were able to find the 2-for-1 trade. They had no idea whatsoever that Jawbreaker was sitting inside of that statuary corner. And Jawbreaker played a fairly good round. I think the C4 early could have been a little bit more limited, making sure they weren't checked out. There was no information to play that C4 off of either. They could have placed that later or played it for a little bit more passivity, but the immediate trade was there. The most important part of it, though, was AMSIM walks in as soon as Oatmeal Boy does. They don't waste any time swinging off of one another, and sure, Oatmeal Boy dies, but the immediate refrag is there, and the unfortunate lack of a spray transfer from Jawbreaker now leads us to a tied-up score.
The Thorn that got brought out by Murray State. Actually, technically, it also got brought out by Concordia in round 1 of the series. On Chalet. I genuinely think Thorn would have a good fit here for Concordia when it comes to this map. There's only 2 rounds left in this half. I don't think Ella's done enough for Stepbro. Thorn's kit is very similar, but is a bit more informative. Is a bit more assistive, at least in my opinion.
5 seconds to insertion.
I think both of them could use a rework to maybe bring them up to full states.
Attackers are moving to defuse
Especially
the bomb.
Thorn. Because you don't change what's not broke. Ella has been the same way the whole time. But Concordia need to kind of step off that Ella. They need to step away from that spot. Look how much Murray State was able to gather off the intel in that last round. Oatmeal cleared 2 Gersmont mines. Stepbro died without any impact off those Gersmont mines on the first floor. Murray State had their number. And now Concordia are opting to do the exact same point, which I typically am not a big fan of, but if you play it at least a little bit differently, you know, I can give some leeway over towards that side, but unfortunately, that's not the case. Near exact lineup, the only difference being Jawbreaker, who's back over with a Nitro Cell. Curiosity apparently didn't break it far enough. We'll have to go prone. Stepbro is waiting perfectly.
So what you have to do when you try and break a barricade like that, you have to leave the bottom barricade unbroken. There's one slab on the bottom that has to stay there. And they try to break everything from the bottom up, and you are too tall to do it if you don't break high enough, and if you try to break high enough while taking out the bottom barricade, then it just breaks in its entirety, and your lack of sound is now null and void. Weird, but funny to understate the obvious, and Stepbro finds one of the freest kills of their collegiate career, I think, thus far, at least in the NECC. But Murray State, losing Curiosity isn't the worst thing for them, but dropping your EE1Ds and a main source of your fragging over the last little bit is a problem.
Yeah. It's a problem that will maybe not affect them here for the first minute and a half of this round, but it's something that will plague them in the final moments. The E1E is so effective for getting information, for forcing players to stay still, to making sure you know exactly where they are. It does everything all at once, and while you think, hey, it's useless, it's spotted no one, it told you everything. Your drones should have already spotted them. You know where they're staying because they couldn't have moved. And unfortunately, another player for the side of Murray State can't move any longer. It's Eggnog. Nitro Cell was ripped their way, and it stripped their life away as effective as can be. And with the iNox scanner from Travis trying to ping away as much information as they can get, this is too late, Dan. The iNox scanner has the most effectiveness when it comes to the first minute and a half of a round. It's past that margin, and looky here! Stepbro and Augie even finding yet another pickup in Oatmeal. Left all by themselves. The sniper has been a pretty big threat so far in this series. But now you're going to get an ace with a very tough weapon to do so with. I just don't think it's possible with only 22 seconds remaining, Dan.
You know, until just a few seconds ago, I had never seen him lose these. In all fairness, I'd also never seen him in 1v5s, but I had never seen him lose these. And then he did, so it feels bad, man. But Concordia is still able to pick the round back, and flawlessly at that. Their flexibility looked a little bit better over towards Trophy Statuary. It helped a little bit the Curiosity died fairly early, and they weren't looking for a similar strat setup on the Murray State side. They didn't fully dedicate themselves over towards that bathroom half, and when they did, they were caught with a C4. A whole host of problems without all that many solutions, and Concordia's defense played very disengaged while also playing forward. They were playing a little bit more rat angles, as we saw, And Amsim, as they tried to swing the back stairs door, was leaning the wrong
Attackers
way.
need to locate
If you
and
swing
defuse
left, you
as many
lean left.
bombs
If
as
you
they
swing
can.
right, you lean right. They swung left, leaned right, and basically just crab walked their way into a death. It looked really weird on the kill cam, but it was still a Concordia pickup, and Murray State is being torn apart. But they have been very quick to readjust, so I'm looking for that now into our final round of the first half.
Adjustments are key. And Concordia has been a team that's been pretty darn good about making those adjustments. We saw that on Chile. I highlighted that in our, middle gap between map 1 and 2 before we took our break. You highlighted it was quite a long segment, and I think that is aptly fitting. But I've seen a little less adjustments from Concordia when it comes to their operator selection, a lot more when it comes to positioning. Something that Murray State didn't do defensively on Chile. We said, hey, the extensions are right, but every round was the same problem. You lost the extensions early and didn't really put up a big fight back the other way. Concordia, when they lose the extensions and have a tough time about it, which we have most definitely seen, note how they change those extending players. They take less of an emphasis on first floor towards things like library, as well as over towards living room, and instead they transition and say basement. Let's play basement stairwell. Let's play basement itself. Let's sit over towards mud. Let's find angles that are a bit more driven for our defense to cut Murray State's rotates off guard.
$3 right now. Eggnog jumps in, doesn't check the frost mat, and dies to it. Or at least gets down by it. Because they haven't thrown a drone in. They haven't had anything to look down at it. They died to the frost mat! Yes!
One Twitch sub going your way. Twitch Prime right now, right here,
Oh,
right
and
now.
he dies!
Oh my goodness. 2 players off the board. Eggnog, like you said, Travis as well, and Amsim, after securing Eggnog, will find yet another target, and there's no one left really for the side of Murray State. Curiosity and Oatmeal Boy. And Oatmeal Boy no longer on that collie and had still not even made it through barrel into Wine Cellar by the time over half of his team had died. That's got to be one of the moments where you go, all right, guys, I'm in. Wait, where did everyone go? You got to grab it, by the way,
Attackers have
Curiosity.
recovered their defeat.
Yeah, I think he was jumping in just to make sure there wasn't another frost mat, because everybody knows if you only sit there for like a second, the frost mat doesn't actually get you. But if you intend on walking forward, it does. Alright, I've recovered myself.
I'm glad. That one really took the chain off you. You really were tickled pink by that one, which, to be fair, it was a good call out.
Oh, the lack of information costing him. There is some information. Oatmeal Boy has made all the noise in the world, and they're still looking for this kill. This shots from Curiosity land, but only onto the feet of Jawbreaker, and from a P90 or P50 or PDW or whatever the smallest Curiosity wields. Not the most deadly of weapons. That, however, pretty much so. That may very well end up being the round as well. Curiosity sitting inside of a Toxic Babe. As you take damage on the Jackal with the Ionox scanner enabled, the Mute Jammer effect also sets in. And a 1 versus 5, at least a pseudo one here for the Spaniard. Difficult to understate the obvious, especially when there's no easy way onto the site and a significant lack of utility for yourself as you walk forward. This should be it as well. The question is, how do they die? The answer, almost certainly from below. They take some extra damage from the UMP. The reswing, however, clean frag there for K9 Vacuum, and the round for Concordia.
Not only a round for Concordia, a flawless one. That's 2 flawless rounds in a row. And every round seemed different from Concordia. Sometimes different in the wrong way. That's why Murray State were able to climb to 2. But otherwise, different in a positive way. Changing their strategy, pivoting players, moving only to 1 or 2 different operator selections, which is a little bit weird when it comes to some of these maps and some of these rounds. But changing from Malusi to the Ella, to transitioning back to the Ella once the Malusi didn't work over towards that aviation of game side. There's a lot of diversity from Concordia, and I love seeing different methods in play, which is so important defensively. If you are not diversifying your approach on the defense, you are stagnating, and no one wants to be stagnant. You'll know this best, Dan. I make the phrase all the time in Valorant.
Oh no.
Pivot your operator. Never sit them in the same spot. And in R6, it works the same, except instead of a 4,900 credit weapon, it's every player in hand. Pivot your players around. Constantly change positions. The information that these players are gathering in the early rounds, where it's still kind of feeler periods, should not still be pertinent information 3 rounds down the line. Murray State can't head into this round, or shouldn't be able to head into this round, understand what Concordia are bringing, and then be able to play against it every round after the fact. And I think Concordia is the one team I've been trusting in this series so far to change things up. We saw that well in their defense, but we saw that pretty darn well as well when it came to their few short-lived rounds of attack over on Chalet.
I honestly thought we were going to go for the old, it leads a level of complacency, XYZ I don't think belongs in Siege. No. I was a little disappointed, I have to say. Sonar.
It breeds a level of complacency I don't think belongs in the game of Rainbow Six Siege. Is that what you wanted?
Yes, it is. Thank you. Is that still a soundboard? Do we still have that available?
I do not. No, I do not have that. No. It would be great, though. I have stopped saying it as often as I did before.
Well,
Though I still vehemently agree with it.
Bomb has been located.
Concordia hasn't slowed in their trek to gain opening duels. It's already a kill and a half in their favor, at least Jawbreaker on 50 HP. MSIM joining them in the general vicinity of it. But verticality from below as well, a problem for Murray State. That comfortability on the site that you usually have is no longer. And what do you try and set up here? You have a significant lack of utility. It's really just the Maestro cameras alongside a C4, plus whatever's been pre-placed prior. Sure, you have that available if you really need it. But how do you try and turn it into frags? How do you turn it into real estate gained back? You have some red stairs control, you have the full north side of the map, but that's about it. And Concordia aren't even going in that general direction.
Jawbreakers. Pretty slow, drooling play right now from Concordia, but I do like their attempt here. They've gained some control over here towards Office, and maybe their main point of entry is Step Pro with that Cali sniper. Black Eye stripped out. First blood. Again, in favor for Concordia. Took the second one right there as well. Step Pro, unfortunately, will bite the MP5K's range against Oatmeal Boy, but they're nowhere near the fight. And they still have a flanking player watching. Your Nomad is playing off on the opposing side of the map. That's Diffuser nowhere near. And the only actively defending player available for Murray State is Curiosity here with the Alda. Takes 2 into the Afterlife, down to 1 HP. Maybe 5 if you want to be nitpicky. But Murray State, they've got to be as picky as they can be. Curiosity need to play for the ones. They're giving it, but it still goes in favor of Concordia.
That was way more concerning than it should have been for Concordia. 1 versus 1, into another 1 versus 1, into a third that luckily Augie won. But if Augie doesn't win that, it's a third or fourth 1v1 for the Alda wielding Maestro. And they had all the information in the world. You saw the continuous red pings coming through. And Concordia apparently didn't care. They had a sledge to take out the bulletproof if they really wanted to, but could not have cared less over towards the landing side, and they still win the round off the back of it. Murray State had some problems, and I think it was the real estate control. They just weren't aware of the fact that Concordia was flexing on the other side of the map, and while K9 Vacuum was fairly removed, it was still a kill and a follow-up just the same.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Concordia 1 round away from reaching match point and series point down. Their attack is very clean. I highlighted that typically you see a very diversified push. You send all 5 in the long way and then wrap back around with a strong arm to go the short way. They didn't do so. Instead, they just sent 4 straight in through main and took control of site. There wasn't even an opposing presence in landing. The last thing they did was send K9 over through Astronomy Staircase, who, by the way, might I add here, Dan, had Diffuser.
5 seconds to insert.
K9 was off-site when their team had control of the objective, at least over towards Aviation.
And defuse the bomb.
They were off-site and picking 1v1s in Astronomy. If that had bit them in the rear, it would have been one of the worst plays in this series. But thankfully it works out for Concordia. Now climb 5-2 to oppose Murray State, who just haven't found a true answer for them on the defense. For the looks of things, with the rotate now over towards Trophy and Statuary, Concordia will have their work cut out for them, but they're still going to opt to do the same strategy Murray State did by bringing out that Kali and really relying on that longer range util. They just got to make sure they can actually get those exothermic charges, the only hard breach available to their team, effectively into motion on that big wall.
Concordia also needs a clear entryway from multiple avenues as well. I think their level of play has been multi-dimensional, where they haven't been favoring just a single walk through. We saw them walk up brown stairs, Astro, and up around red just the same in the previous round. I think that's what they're trying something around there here as well. Jawbreaker also caught with a frost mat. Everybody doesn't like their ankles functioning for the entirety of a round. And Stepbro is baiting them around towards that trip door, or, yeah, there's no way you live here, right? No. MSim unintentionally kills Jawbreaker, but kills them regardless, and Murray State find the opener. On to the Thermite, no less. No hard breacher available for Concordia. That, to understate the obvious, is a problem.
It's a rough go about it. Losing your only hard breach, we highlighted how that kind of made things difficult for Concordia on Chalet. One of the only rounds, I think the only round they lost when it came to their attack. But they're still making up for the short work that was going against them early. 2 kills back the other way. It's Eggnog and Travis off the board. Would have been a good pickup to have if you still had a hard breach. No way to Kaid Electro Trick that wall any further, but what a play from Amsim. From downtown, it seems. Taking down Jawbreaker, but the danger is still ever present inside of Astronomy. Oatmeal Boy had pivoted back towards Trophy, now moves back behind their shield, but Amsim in Bathroom takes down Sonar on Staircase, and there's still another player inside map. It's Murray State stealing this round back the other way and really meeting the side of CUW at the gates. Can't lose that hard breach. You lose all of your point of emphasis. Bring 2.
Or just bring secondary hard breach tools. I mean, you brought the Buck in the previous round. Buck has hard breaches if you want to bring him. At least give yourself that redundancy at a bare minimum. Maverick also functions. Ace has one of the best weapons in the game and still has claymores if you want to bring him forward. Granted, lack of primary utility other than those Selma charges, but still, it's the level that you kind of need to make sure if your Thermite's caught off guard, i.e. by a random bear trap on the floor they didn't care to drone out, well, then you have that ability to come back into a round. So, off the back of it, Murray State able to exploit and turn into a round victory, at least over on Trophy Statuary. They do need to go back to Aviator Games, though, because I don't think they're all that confident on Kitchen Dining, at least not just yet. I do appreciate the switch-up between Trophy Statuary and this Aviator Games side in the first and second rounds of the first half, because honestly, going back to the same site after you've lost it breeds a level of complacency I don't really care to see in the game of Rainbow Six Siege. It's just not something I see.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Cam's being tossed out by Murray
5
State.
seconds left before insertion.
One of the reasons why you do ban Valkyrie on this map, typically alongside the Solus when it comes to the defense, is because you don't really want to have that active information be so ever present. And like that bulletproof camera we saw in Garage and Snowmobile on Chalet, the one that Concordia used so effectively. Freebie vision, nothing that Murray State could have done about it, and it really was their undoing. And now the Valkyrie cams can kind of be a little bit of the same thing for Murray State in hopes that they can claw their way back up to tie things up with Concordia and maybe go above and beyond on their map pick. They got their work cut out to do so. One round for Concordia means OT will be required for Murray State. And Murray State are pretty darn reliant right now on this first floor extension. Travis is a Nitro Cell, more likely than not try to play over towards Piano in the later stages of this round. Eggnog also has the availability to rotate downwards should it be needed, but Eggnog is going to be very reliant on trying to Kaid Electro Trick, which typically you don't see often, Dan. What is with it today specifically for Murray State? Maybe just the collegiate scene that Kaid Electro Tricking has been their go-to strategy in both maps.
And the fact that everybody's a little overconfident when playing with Impact EMPs. When you find the Electro Claw, you're thinking, oh, Impact EMP and we're good. You don't really expect a Kaid Electro Claw trick. So, when you don't expect it, you overuse your utility and are caught off guard. Granted, there's absolutely no Impact EMPs, regular EMPs, or main hard breach whatsoever. Sonar, however, is heeding to my advice and bringing in the secondary hard breach tools at a bare minimum, but it doesn't seem like Concordia is making that their main focal point. And Study is fully barricaded off. What is Macy J doing to my collegiate comp games? Come on, man.
What is Macy J doing to my collegiate comp games? It's rough. Sonar, though, speaking of rough, had a bit of a go about it, trying to deal with Travis. Travis, apparently forgetting the plot, walks down the staircase and will fall victim to the rifle in Travis's hands. Breaching round sent over towards the Shocking enough, the meatball camera brought out by the Alder wielder here of Maestro for curiosity. You don't really see Maestro that often anymore, Dan, and honestly, I'm very impressed seeing them opt to do so. The Alder did find 2 good picks in this round defense prior, but the rest of the team just didn't really find the same availability for frags, and that was one of the main problems for them, and it is continuing to wield a very real presence here. As Augie takes down that Maestro, Eggnog trying to claw back, sends out a Nitro Cell, no one at the other end of it. Oatmeal Boy on this flank. Could be the player to deny. Will they spot them in time? It's a trade for 2. Diffuser goes down, and now Concordia are on the back burner. Diffuser in no man land. No clue where Oatmeal and Eggnog are currently lying in wait. Sarnar maybe realizing the player is in fact inside vault. But they've got to start to expedite this approach in towards this point. Sonar will deal with 1, but there's Oatmeal Boy. They're trapped over here by Bus. Will they swing in for the kill? There is no time. Jawbreaker, you can't do it. And Murray State will steal that round. What an unfortunate result for CUW, who had the advantage up to that point.
The smart double swing from Murray State to bring it back as well. That real 2v2 on the site went their way because not only did we see Eggnog swing from the site onto the vault door to find the kill onto the planter, but Oatmeal Boy was on their cover towards the study door to make sure they could swing A, cleanly, B, successfully, and C, do so to stay alive long term. Sure, you can deny the plant, but if you die and it becomes a 1 versus 1, well, that's a problem. The refrag was there, as was the cover, and inevitably the round for Murray State was still a 2 versus 2 in the later stages, but it was just time playing perfectly in the defense's favor. And again, Concordia, lack of a hard breacher, cost a little more time than I think they would have liked, and overall the round as a whole, even though to open things up, they had a fairly convincing 5v3 and a lot of real estate to work with.
No matter how convincing a results, it doesn't matter. Murray State will read themselves into a 5v4. In terms of your scoreboard, not players yet. Round hasn't started. It's still the prep phase. Can't kill each other in the prep phase. Not anymore, at least.
Can kill yourself.
Can't do that. But I don't think I've ever seen a player do that.
You should play ranked with me then. It's really fun.
I meant like in competitive viewership. Don't think
you should cast High School with me. It's really fun.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I have seen that.
Done High School Valorant. Not seen that either.
Somebody fat fingered G back to back.
Oh, 2 fat fingers of G.
Yep.
That's an
that or they fat fingered G to put it down, and then while trying to pick it up with F, they fat fingered G again.
I've done that. I have actually done that. You say play ranked with you, you don't want me to play ranked with you because I have done that.
No thanks. They haven't droned Oatmeal out of the bottom floor. They think they have, but they haven't. A little bit of a false sense of security for the attacking side, but they are about to take the entire site in very quick order. And Oatmeal Boy, still on that bottom floor, is looking to rotate over towards the red side. This is an odd position for them to be in, but it's still, as they all are on the bottom floor, they've dropped the diffuser. A refrag, possibly in quick succession, is still there. So the Valkyrie is dead, but at a bare minimum, a 1-for-1 trade, and a Lion dead fairly early.
Concordia find another pick going their way. It's Vacuum. K9 taking down Eggnog. It's not winter anymore. Maybe not a seasonal treat any longer. Past its expiration date. Curiosity will throw on another replicator to try to maybe draw sight lines for Concordia one way before firing from the other. And Augie gets a bit of a firefight with themselves. Maybe thinking somebody could be inside Bicycle. No one there until Travis moves in. And Augie has a hammer. They could breach that one down and maybe start to apply pressure. That will be the case. K9's going to need to be close by, but I think the movement from inside Bike threw them off for just a moment. That it is still Curiosity to deal the final blow onto Stepbro. Nitro Cell tossed out, but everyone makes great escape. Concordia will survive past that utility explosion, but won't survive the gun in hand for Travis as it goes back the other way until Augie can refrag.
A 2v2 now. Sight control still there. Jawbreaker, you see his legs. Please shoot them. Oh my goodness, he doesn't actually kill him!
Oh.
What is he doing, Jawbreaker? No, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. And they don't actually check him! I think for the first time I am actually speechless. Amzim is sitting on site, will re-swing towards the pantry door, but is being swung from Memorial and dies from it. Concordia have gotten away with highway robbery as there was a massacre on Villa.
honestly, the fact that Concordia still got the round win there, if they didn't, it would have been, I would say, deserved, honestly.
Yeah, honestly.
Jawbreaker got away with that one. Observer caught them in, won't say 4K. Twitch can't even handle 4K appropriately. Caught them in 1080p. I hope that's what we're on. They're in HD. Jawbreaker, you've been caught in HD. Put out the twit longer. Shoots the feet. Stops. Waits. Lets them stand up. A rough go about it from Panchi. But at least Jawbreaker dealt with a player crossing, Dan. Did get their one. And then had the distraction onto the final player so that the Mimo player could swing into the kill.
I still can't believe that Curiosity was like, oh yeah, my teammate is pretty sure he just got shot from the pantry door. Let me just run between them and the pantry door. That was a great idea. Okay, well, I think a little, at least for the time being. PTSD may come back to bite me in later
I don't believe
stages,
that.
but we'll find out. My therapist will find out at least. Concordia's attack has looked, other than that, pretty clean. That round, I think, is a fairly set exception. But overall, their attack has seemed fairly decisive, and bar a couple rounds here and there, they've seemed confident as well.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
Confident can be important. But there's something a little bit more required than just confidence, right? It also has to be competency. You've seen those people that walk down the street, they're very confident, but you can tell that, I don't know, they don't tie their shoelaces correctly, right? Where do you get that confidence from? Your shoelaces are untied. Doesn't make any sense. Concordia, they've at least deserved a lot of that confidence, right? They come in, they get really big frags. The rounds we've seen them strip towards Murray State that they've, I won't say stolen, but they've come away with here have been off of huge comeback for kills. Concordia can go in a 5v2 and then somehow still lose it. That's the issue. But I'm glad that they still have a vote of confidence once they rotate back in for the next round, and that's important to keep that mental up despite the obvious downer that had just occurred, to stay positive in this round. Shield put in play in Classical 9. Curiosity, maybe you're aware that the play could come in through the bathroom side and toss an A down from below. I think that was attempted or about to be attempted. But they are going to be spotted, and Augie will be DBNO'd. Curiosity not able to complete for the kill, so Sonar will allow for that pickup. So there's at least some positive position to work from. Just a really slow attempt at clearing that, and Augie doesn't even have the utility to clear the shield in the first place.
It's also an odd setup for Concordia because they have barely entered into the map. Finally, they have retrieved their downed teammate. I believe Travis has heard it and impacts thin air, assuming they were on the opposing side of the window. Good thought. Not poor execution, but just a lack of information-based execution. Travis is still just patiently waiting, though, and they want to just sit in this corner. I don't know if Stepbro is going to clear them. They have no foreseeable reason to do so. They've made all the noise in the world just to sit on the other side of the doorframe. Travis has the patience of a monk inside a library and won't even get paid off for it.
I don't think monks get paid either, though, Dan.
That's true, yeah.
I think that's kind of like one of the things. Either way, Travis, the patience of a monk, is unfortunately punished after only one kill going in their favor. Stepbro may be getting caught out here for a second, but survive for at least a little bit longer. Amson has a great angle to work from. Stepbro will survive to get closer to that stairwell. They're literally the slimmest amount of HP you can possibly get. They're going to pray they can get a 1-for-1 before going down, but it just doesn't come true. 25 seconds left. Concordia are bleeding at the seams. Augie's on the wrong side of the map, folks. Concordia have a huge man disadvantage, and they're running out of time to even take advantage of the position they've gained over here towards Astronomy. A swing coming out from Eggnog. It's a kill for a trade. Augie does the same, but a master bathroom player is getting dirty despite taking a bath. Leaving only Augie now remaining. They're spraying and praying. Nobody's giving them the time of day, and unfortunately, that will be a round one for Murray State, who once again can take a round away from Concordia with the final two players all that's needed.
Patience again paying off perfectly for Murray State in the later stages of the round. Concordia, in a similar situation to the previous round, took a little bit too long attempting to entry towards that site, and because of it, they were easily caught off guard. Murray State, with their patience play, worked out perfectly. Travis, I think most notably, the most patient of players I have seen in Collegiate R6 ever. And I have casted NECC Legends Finals once, and that even was a just frag fest, where they were able to find a return kill and a lot of information, and off the back of it, Murray State was able to adjust their defense accordingly. That's what we need to see a little bit more of on the Murray State side. Roams for kills, but also, I think more importantly, roams for information, as they will head back as the final site of regulation, whether it's to send Concordia up 2-0 or send us to OT, is going to be Aviator Games.
Is this the final round of this map? Is this the final round of the series, actually? If Concordia take this, which they've been pretty darn good about, their only loss here on this point was the 2v4 from Murray State. That kind of got brought out of nowhere. But as long as they don't let that happen again, go for a plant that's not just in a
10 seconds left.
default position like behind vault door where it's easily swung upon, then the name of the game and the game plan in general will be pretty straightforward for Concordia, who have looked really good, in the early stages of taking this point. 4 stack on Veranda, take control of main, take control of that book side of a lamp, technically the call out there for Classical Hall. Take control of behind bar and use that as a momentum turner on site for the plant. Maybe they go for a bar plant instead, since they've already been working in Classical Hall.
And what's the call here for Concordia? You're basically given study. You're virtually given the entirety of main stairs as well. You can clear out whatever utility you want around this side. Perfectly placed for Tarot Drone. I thought it would stick to Eggnog. Unfortunately not possible. Totally should be, by the way. If they were to buff Flores, that's how they'd do it. But they aren't able to clear out that much. The problem is Eggnog, now with that breach below them, has to worry about verticality, and that's an extra level of distraction now set in for Murray State, who is extremely condensed on this defensive side. Curiosity attempting 3 separate Kiba barriers, and they say 3rd time's the charm, just for it to be broken by a Flores drone. Ever so poetic. Nerf is on.
If a zombie's left unbanned, then guess who's going to stay unbanned as well? It's the Rotero drone wielder Flores. Though typically, if you ban the Rotero, you ban the zombie, right? Because you got to do the attacking side first and foremost. Will that Electric Claw make it in time? It does not. Murray State give up a huge point of emphasis. Keep a barricade trying to go out to maybe reclaim some of that ground control. But I'll keep in mind, I don't think there's another Rotero drone available to their side. There is one more, and Sonar may be opting to use it here. You know, Crossfire could be there to deny that. It's a bit safe, and he's going to get it around the corner. Is it close enough? Just enough.
Curiosity with the balls of steel as well, trying to play aggressive on that fight. Murray State's also fairly extended towards the north side. They had condensed towards this south side of the map, but are still playing fairly extended, so they don't have to worry about their flanks whatsoever. They can fully dedicate themselves towards, as you mentioned, the classical hallway and the study walk-in, and even with that, they are still taken care of. Curiosity, the first one to fall. Stepbro has a breach behind them, has absolutely no idea that there's a Cade on the other side of it. They haven't even rotated. Cade is still playing on the front side of the bar, and somehow hasn't died yet.
Oh my goodness.
Finally, Stepbro kills him. I don't know what in the world they're looking at. Stepbro will go to the back side of the bar. They should be able to get the diffuser down at some point.
They're going
but
behind.
instead they go to the vault door, and they have no north side of the map control. Finally, they do put in some asphyxiation bolts on that side. There is some solace in that north side of the map, and with a 3k for Stepbro, that may very well end up being the map in and of itself done. The vault door no longer safe, and K9 vacuum to find the final kill. Concordia have officially won the wildest round of the NECC thus far this season.
I just don't know what to say. The Kaid for Murray State not turning around, no callouts being made. Where's the information on site? Where's the bulletproof cam? The cam you placed over inside Trophy. Where's the information on site? Valkyrie was left unbanned. A black eye camera could go down and study and watch from corner by hatch. There can be so much pertinent information. 2 teammates were dead, meaning they're on drone duty. They're on cam duty. Their whole responsibility now that they've passed is to shut their mouth and watch a cam to call out when it's required. It's your whole role. And unfortunately, they're going to have to wait another season to be able to get that responsibility again here in the NECC, because their job and their role here has now been finished. They're over with. And the only people who move on are CU Dub U. For the Concordia University Wisconsin side, who make their way through. Hey, that's what they call themselves. They call themselves CU Dub. CU Dub. You would know that if you've been around the parts here, Dan. They're plenty happy with their result.
You live
And
in
I'm sure that they're
Alabama.
going to be. They're plenty happy with their result. I'm sure they're going to be. I mean, the collegiate scene as a whole here, Dan.
Okay.
They're plenty happy with their result. And I'm sure they're going to be fiending for more as they get the opportunity to move on here in playoffs.
Yeah, and on the other side of that, their A team, I believe, in towards the Challenger Central Division still has a game to play. Speaking of which, that is our next match of play. So Murray State Gold has to find retribution for their lesser team's shortcomings. But we have a little bit of a break between now and then, about an hour.
I think we have an interview
between us cutting off, and I believe you're right. Now that it is playoffs time, possible interview. Obviously, getting things checked in. Our producer obviously has to check in with the team, make sure they can get things going. So either A, we're going to send it to a break and come back with an interview, or B, a significantly longer break and our second match of this stream. We'll find out when we do indeed return.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got more action with the winning team here. It's Augie in the booth. My name's Infer Quoaz, joined here by Time to Quoaz, and we've got Augie for our interview. Once again, Augie, welcome to the booth, and congratulations on your victory. How are you feeling after a victory like that?
Thank you. Feeling great. Feels good to win, you know.
And you guys were in a little bit of an odd setup, to be completely honest with you, going into map number 1. It was your map pick. You started on the defensive side, though. You seemed more comfortable, though, on that defense, as honestly as expected. But talk to me about how you dealt with the aggression of the attack, because the attacking setup seemed a little different for the opposing squad of Murray State Blue, but you seemed more than happy to play around it.
Yeah, I think defense is one of our strong suits when we play. And after, the first 5-man push, I mean, we kind of just readjusted, putting people where they need to be, where they're coming from, and just making sure everybody rotates so we're there.
When it came to the second map, things got pretty darn close there towards the end. In fact, I remember one of the rounds more specifically in your second half. You guys let them steal away a round over in Plains and Games where they struck from landing and from vaults. You guys took a very one-dimensional approach when you guys took that side. Why do you guys send 4 or 5 players through main and sweep that side of the map and don't really apply pressure from the other end?
Well, a couple of our guys gave some call-outs and saying that we can kind of just walk into site. So, I mean, it was kind of free, and then walked in there. Didn't have been any pressure really.
And it seemed like a lot of times when you had those difficulties, like you mentioned, sometimes either a lack of information or occasionally incorrect information, you were quick to either adjust in the round or between rounds, where you would never ever make the same mistake twice. Talk to me about how you make adjustments on either the defensive or the attacking side, because it was the same case on both, and who's running the IGLing between those rounds.
IGL, I mean, we don't really have a main one. It's kind of just if someone sees something, point it out, readjust, talk about it. You know, if we know there's people basement or flanking and stuff like that, just gotta make sure get them, or we know they're there. And then honestly, it just comes down to communication.
There were quite a few moments in that series as a whole that I know, Simon Quaz over there is going to be locking back in and grabbing clips and things of the sort that were, funny moments, like the frost map we saw. I believe in the first half, I don't think it was you guys that stepped into it. The sneak play where, who was it trying to climb in through the barricaded door? A lot of great moments. That's what we're trying to get at here for this series. A lot of great shots as well, and you guys had a very tough matchup. You guys had to play in your first playoff games. You guys are #1 seeded for a reason, going 8-1. Had a great performance in your first playoff, and you're performing the same thing here. And you guys have now punched your ticket towards that finals. I've asked how you're feeling. I'm sure you're gonna feel even great once you get to celebrate with your teams. We'd love to get you to, step away and do so. But before that, I want to give you a platform to prop yourself up on. Who are you thankful for? Do you want to shout anybody out? I'll give you the space to do so.
Just thankful for my team. I mean, we have very good chemistry. No fights, anything. We all joke around, have a good time. I think that helps us a lot. Definitely a good chemistry. Definitely a shout out to our coach too, supporting us here in the arena.
Let's hope you guys get to see you dub in the finals as well. Thank you very much, Augie, for joining us. Well, Dan, that seemingly is it here for our first series of the night. We've got another one coming up right after this one with 2 new casters in the booth, so make sure you guys are staying tuned for that one. Thank you all very much for watching. Stay tuned for that second series, and it's Quaz out. Catch you guys when it's ready to go.
Two more rounds to go before we are seeing the NECC champion in the division that we're about to cast. I'm Lyra's. Joining me is Treasure. And I think you and I, we want to get right into the action. We're going to start talking about these two teams that we see before us, Sam Houston State and Murray State.
Yeah, these two teams are prepped and ready to go. We see them early in lobby, something not always too common to be seen. So they're very ready for this one. This is semifinals in the Challengers division. Both these teams have been putting on quite a show, even finding 2-0 wins in their last round of playoffs and quarterfinals. So they're both on a good streak here. Of course, Murray State is currently sitting in the 4th seed, so they have quite a bit of an upset ahead of them to take down SHSU Orange, the #1 seeds through regular season, undefeated all the way through.
Yeah, it's hard to take down an undefeated team. And we see the players on Sam Houston State that have been a part of that undefeated run. I think there's a couple, Dirty Dan, Zen, Itsuki Crypt, Captain Yuri, and A1X. You've got a lot of these players just coming out on top out of every single gunfight, winning the maps, winning the matches, and their opponents for today. Hopefully not the underdogs that SHUCU want to beat tonight is Murray State Gold.
Yeah, DNA plays, Bravo, DualShock, Monty Poncho, and Suwon all putting on a really nice show across the state of this season so far. So they're, again, looking for this big upset in order to keep on their run. It is single elimination at this point of the bracket, so any team that makes it through, it doesn't matter how many games, how many rounds you drop, all that matters is who comes out victorious when we hit the end of this match.
And these two teams actually have met before week 7, so a couple of weeks ago, honestly. And it was close, and then it wasn't. It was an 8-7 victory for Sam Houston State in the first map. Then it was a 7-1 victory in the second one. So a very different story when it comes to each of them. But clearly they know each other, they know each other's strategies, and that may come into play. But Murray State, like you said, they are looking to get the upset in this one.
Yeah, so we'll see if that fact that SHSU took a little bit to find the exact pace to get ahead of Murray State is going to be the same here, or if they already know. It's only been a couple weeks, like you said, Light Rose, so this might be to the advantage of our already #1 seed, Sam Houston State.
And we do want to talk about those maps, the pretty important series, and I like what I'm seeing. Treasure Clubhouse, Bank, and Border as the decider, and I like these little less typical maps that you'll see, especially Border, which will be exciting to see kind of how these two maps go, because Border is a very frag heavy map, and I think a lot of times you may see who will come out on top based on what you see in those first two maps, but I definitely think we have an exciting series ahead of us.
My eyes are really drawn to that Bank map. It's going to be a map point for whichever team takes Clubhouse. So that's when the pressure is going to start to really sink in this playoffs match. And it's on Bank, a map that has seen a lot less play throughout this division this season. So I'm really curious to see how they adapt on there. It's a pretty interesting one. Not one that either team was anticipating too heavily, of course, from their bans.
And I mean, you've seen Bank just falling off in favor of maps like Oregon, maps like Villa, because it's not as well known, especially on the modern map. Like, it was a very, very popular map, and then it got taken out, and then it got a little bit of a rework, and then it got put back in the pool, and it is exciting to see every now and then, especially as teams feel a little bit more comfortable. And, well, we're not there yet. We're on Clubhouse with Sam Houston State starting on the attack, Murray State starting on the defense, and already skipping through the ban phase, nothing too exciting yet.
Yeah, these are pretty standard bans, very dominating characters right now in the meta. Clubhouse is going to be bringing us back to basics. Always keeping us honest when we go over to Clubhouse. So I love to see that to start with, and that doesn't really lead me to think that there's going to be anything too surprising as far as these bans go, and probably some pretty standard objective rotation as well. Usually, from what we've been seeing this season, a big focus on bedroom and gym, and then usually CCTV second, or basement, which is just always a really nice objective, one that adds a lot of value to that meta that we're seeing go off. She's not necessarily that always going on 4th ban character, but she's really strong and can actually change the shape of that downstairs objective when she's in play.
Yeah, it's why I think you can really put a lot of different bans. I mean, you can fit a Kaid ban in there because it makes attack in the basement a lot harder, especially if there is a Thatcher ban on the board. But then you also have the Mira you have an Azami, which can hold downstairs. And honestly, Azami is just kind of good everywhere. But both of these teams, it feels like they're going for a little, one specialized ban and one maybe just general ban with the Solus, because Solus is less powerful than Azami, but she is also a character that on a lot of these sites you can get generally good use with her.
Yeah, I actually feel like there's a lot of very bannable characters in the meta right now. Like you were mentioning, with those strong characters, they're going to stay in. We even have Valkyrie still staying up. So there's going to be a lot of intel game being played by Murray Stay, and they're looking to use that to enforce a wider realm. Of course, Oryx being very heavily played right now, so much so that they've taken away sights from him. So he is going to be adding a lot. Bravo player to be looking for in the first minute of this round to see where they can find some big flanks and where they can just keep that fear upstairs and slow down the attackers with gunfire.
Yeah, taking away the sight from Oryx is a good change, but overall, he is still very speedy. That is a good reason to bring him. He can jump through all these hatches, and I don't really think that's going to change even if you take that god tier 1.5 away from him. Giving it to... Yeah, no, it is nice. And I was going to say, giving it to Wamai, I like that, because I really like Wamai, especially on the MP5K, but right now, only Bravo up on that top floor. He's got some assistance from cameras, but if he goes down, there will be nobody to refrag him, and you can already tell Sam Houston State, they have his exact position down. Player's going to come from the window. He's able to find one just before going down, so a good one-for-one trade by him, but so far, pretty efficient from Sam Houston State to start this off.
That's one of those things that's just always in the favor of the attackers, to start slimming down the player count at earlier the better, because you don't want it to be a big cluster in those last 10 seconds. You want there to be just a real quick like 1v1 where you can get the diffuser down and there won't be a bunch of defenders still on the site, because the onus is on you to make those actions. Ooh, at the dead of the round as the attacker. This is a rough place to be caught out, and DualShock pinched from two angles but finds the down. I'm Dirty Dan finished out of this fight, and oh, his teammate looking for the wallbang is going to find it. Captain Yuri getting that kill and making sure that the C4 isn't going to find its mark. They're on their way to finish, or not finish, but res their friend Dirty Dan.
Nah, the weak will fall. But it's good that DualShock wasn't able to actually find Dirty Dan. I was kind of surprised that he knew he got the down, but still just decided to actually not get the confirm. And now Sam Houston State, they've got about a minute left to break open a lot of these hatches, break open the floor, not with a lot of sledge or buck, but with those breaching charges that you see in the pocket of 3 players. But they have to work quickly, Treasure, because they only have 45 seconds, and so far they're really not using that time the best right now.
Yeah, that might be a little bit worrisome. They've gathered a lot of intel about what they're dealing with down below with the IQ. That C4 is not going to find its mark, but it does allow for this little sight angle. Yeah, and Monty Poncho is going to be looking for it to try and stop that hatch from getting opened up, or at least make it really dangerous to be opening it up. But Zen's got the Habana pellets. Shouldn't be too hard with X. Kairos DNA sees the head for just a second, but it's a little bit too late, as I'm Dirty Dan is kind of forced to push into this angle. 20 seconds left. This has to happen for SHSU to get the round. DNA plays taking the swing, taking the kill, but losing his own head to Zen. A1 also takes one, leaving Monty Poncho all alone.
5 seconds remaining.
On the diffuser, it's going down, but Monty Poncho, he's in the 1v3. Didn't have a really good chance there, Treasure, and you can see the angles were being held. Honestly, a very good first round by Sam Houston State. Even though they did lose one trying to go after the roamer, you could just tell they had purpose with what they were doing, especially with who they were hunting down. And a lot of that came down to the drones. They were able to drone out the roamer. They were able to drone out the site. They had every single bit of information that they needed to execute throughout the entire round, and Murray State are opting to actually go back to the basement, bring almost an exact lineup that they did in the previous round. They're adding the Legion of Bravo, but I don't know if that's going to really make a monumentous impact, Treasure. It's more about how they're going to play in that mid-round, because that is where I think Sam Houston State really strived.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw quite a lot of that offsite presence that we were expecting to see and played pretty well. Not getting the big kills that you're really hoping for in order to make the Oryx really worth his salt as a member of the roster. So that might be the reason for Bravo swapping over another character with the T9. Still real strong gun, still plenty of movement, and a little bit more to slow down the attackers as well in the form of his goo mines. So we'll see how that ends up playing out. I anticipate him playing upstairs once again, maybe not the same spot since he was caught out pretty quickly, but he's looking for the same kind of strategy.
Yeah, but you can't really play as an Oryx as a Legion. He's playing in a similar spot, but as Legion, you do have to play around your goo mines. You don't have the speed that you do as Oryx, so your positioning definitely counts a little bit more, but you can tell he is hunting for a drone that might be there. We saw in chat in the last round, he put that he didn't see the drone, making sure that that does not happen this time.
Yeah, that'll definitely hurt you, especially when you're playing on your own. You have to be aware of those things. So all those little hidden spots, it still doesn't guarantee it for you, though. Your opponents are always going to be pretty tricky with getting those around. But the attackers aren't as concerned with finding him up there as they were before in the previous round. And he's actually connected up with his teammates, basically, over by Kitchen. So we'll see a different fight going off this time for that opening pick.
Man, a lot less emphasis on the top floor, but that puts more emphasis on the first floor. And now that Sam Houston State, they've opted to actually bring a buck, that'll help them for breaking open that first floor and giving them more insight onto where a player like Dual Shock is, like Bravo is. And if the roam clear is as efficient as it was last time, it may not last very long. A drone does spot that Legion who may want to make his getaway, but goes down for it. And Bravo doesn't get immediately refragged as Dual Shock does not move. But have they been spotted just yet? I don't think they have. And the rest of Sam Houston State, they're going to continue walking on for the trigger discipline from this player is impressive. But when will he strike? He does, and doesn't find anything for it. Treasure, the rest of Murray State might have to come help this one player as Sam Houston State can look around and find the rest of the kills around him.
Yeah, Dual Shock's going to be pretty stuck now behind enemy lines. Oh, but they haven't really rotated on him. He gets another chance. Doesn't find it once again. Monty Poncho, though, takes this distraction opportunity to throw a C4 up the hatch, finds his kill, and right around the corner, Zen and Dual Shock. It's going to be Zen coming out on top with the pistol. Yeah, Bearing 9 finishing off the kill. There's only 2 defenders left. They've got one more C4 in the pockets, but playing vertically is not going to be very much in their favor with the floors already blasted, fully open by the buck, and all the breaching charges. Flashes go out now. Suwon, ooh, really blinded by this one, trying to find an opportunity to hit with those slugs, but it's not going to be there. Monty Poncho still in the back of Armory. Not going to be aware that the plant is going down right now. Taking that wall bang, not quite finding the head either, though. Now just pinned in a corner. Yeah, and it's going to be Itsuki finishing this one off.
Pretty quick rounds and pretty similar rounds as well. Treasure, the same site. And it wasn't the same type of roam from Murray State, but it just wasn't as effective as it was in the first round. You put more emphasis with more players that weren't as effective, and it felt worse overall. And I think not going to basement, definitely the smarter option. It's an area that Sam Houston State really know well. They know how to play around. CCTV, the Azami is not banned. So that is something that you could put someone on the Azami like Bravo. You have the ability to hold the rafters, which can be pretty difficult as the attack when you have all these concrete Kiva barriers with ADSs and all the other defensive abilities that Murray State have. Depending on where they hold, I could see this round going a lot better for them.
Absolutely. Every time I see Nizami not being banned on Clubhouse, my mind goes to Rafters and this objective. It is just such a strong place to be holding. Bravo was already up there before. We can tell they're a player who's comfortable in that position, if not as Oryx, this time as Nizami, where it's not just the first roam position to fall back from, but the main forward position to try and hold this back end of the site for the whole team. So I think overall, I really like this lineup, especially Malusi, Jaeger, and Azami. That does a lot to really hold up some of of these closer angles like top of red and on rafters that will do a lot to stop the final execution from coming nearly as quickly, or at least make it really difficult for SHSU to take out that utility while they're having to take those final gunfights in a round.
With no Thatcher or pocket EMPs, they have to go from underneath if they want to, let's say, use Ash charges. If they want to use frag grenades to root out those Kaid claws. It's going to get spotted by Yuri. That's the power of that IQ scanner. And I think already with no real Murray State defenders around, I think there are potentially some all the way over by the bar area bathroom where we saw DualShock play in the previous round. I love the aggression, DNA. I don't know if it's warranted, and I don't think you should do it with the pistol considering how those first 2 rounds have gone, my friend.
Yeah, that's a pretty darn bold. Like, not a bad swing, but we have X-ray vision to make it feel not so bad. I think taking that risk full on, knowing that there could be someone staring down that range with like a 2-time sight would be terrifying. A lot of ground has been gained by the attackers right off the back. DualShock, once again, looking for a big flank. Didn't quite pan out for him last time, but this might be the round, especially since I don't see any flank drones up there already. The first kill does go out for the defense. DNA taking out Dirty Dan.
And it's the first time we haven't really seen Sam Houston State fire back, and, well, I may have spoken a tad too soon, because there's Yuri with Itsuki following up as well. Now, DualShock is still on their flank. Very, very slow, but it may bear fruit all the way at the very end, because things are evened up, and now DualShock will definitely rush all the way over to the site, because Sam Houston, they have an emphasis over by Lounge, and by that actual CCTV wall itself, which is not open. So Yuri has to go underneath, has to shoot out that Kaid claw, just to get the wall open, just to get the diffuser done, or at least try, and that's going to be a lot harder with the C4 that DualShock has.
Murray State looking in a pretty comfortable position here. Oh no, the shots just don't come out for DualShock here. Yeah, he's gonna make a wider angle. That's gonna be a little bit better for him, but he just can't make the shots against the silenced rifle. A1 takes the kill. He's still got a drone ahead of him as his teammate gives him the intel inside of cash room. He's looking for any heads, not quite find him. Oh, and he will absolutely destroy DNA right there. It's all down to Bravo, still up in the rafters. The rest of the defenses have fallen away from him, and Captain Yuri on a total streak right now finds yet another headshot. Yeah, those cameras are doing so much for the attack in the final minute of this round.
And a rough start, honestly, for Murray State. This isn't their map pick, but on Clubhouse, you have a very big advantage with the Azami on Raptors, and I did like Sam Houston State not really putting an emphasis towards actually clearing it out, but I also feel like the defense could have done a lot better because the attack wasn't directly going for, honestly, any type of take. It was a little discombobulated. You had a couple players coming from Con, you had a couple players coming in Lounge, and the defense still fell apart. They're not a very strong wall, and yet they're still going to try the exact same site, a couple of changes, but just like the second round, the changes are probably going to come in terms of positioning and general areas of play, and less about how the operators themselves stick into the lineup. Speaking of changes, Sam Houston State are opting to bring the Maverick, which I think will help them get the wall open early on, but I honestly think if they go for something similar, they could have success because of how Murray State is directly playing into the attack.
Yeah, I'd like to see that SHSU has basically mixed it up every single round, coming from different areas and threatening different ranges, so it's really hard for Murray State, despite going back to these same objectives twice in a row, trying to use the information from a previous round. It's still hard for them to actually lock down the attackers, and I think what we're really needing right now, these rounds could be on their heads right now if DualShock found these picks that he's looking for. Like, the ideas are all there, the execution just being there for a second or two when it really counts would turn these rounds on their head. So it's just these little micro things that are okay, keeping the defense down. Starting off, though, DNA is once again finding the first pick, taking down Itsuki.
And as well, that's a pretty pivotal player. No frag grenades either, and you lose a lot of staying power without that Yan. And Murray State, they're going to be able to continue to walk through lunch, continue to walk through bar, because no attacker is really putting pressure on them because they've got the Maverick, which means they are directly going to try to go for the wall. And I think you are going to see a little bit of a split push, maybe with Yuri, maybe with Dan, but putting a lot of emphasis on this wall with an Azami and all these other operators that Murray State have that are designed to really sit back and wait. They could get hurt unless Murray State really decides to push it, which they will, and they will get directly punished for it, Treasure.
Yeah, it won't actually be against the C4. You just have to throw it sooner before there is actually going to be the holes to be looking through for the attackers, and you can just blow it once it goes soft. But that is an unfortunate way to lose life. Really, nothing to be gained from it. It was kind of a gambit to be thrown the C4 there anyways, and you should know that anytime Maverick is taking that wall, he's going to be having someone else on oversight to be watching out. Another player moving in through construction. This has been pretty consistent. We've seen Dirty Gang come here from here before, putting a lot of pressure in through cash room and even finding a head in the process. I couldn't see that one myself, so that's going to be pretty darn satisfying for him to be just totally opening up objectives. Just Bravo and DNA at this point. DNA's going to have to even rotate upstairs to get back into this play.
There's still the player on rafters. Bravo, he's holding a very, very tight angle on the window. Should be spotted by the drone. Cut away, but yeah, no, you can see the Z-Ping does confirm that, and Bravo will fall just as that. As Dirty Dan finds their third of the round, but DNA is holding the angle. He has to look right. He does find the headshot, but now the communication is there. The gun barrel will be spotted, and Zen is taken out. Simple as that. A very achievable one, but A1 simply puts a finish to that, just like A1 sauce over some steak, with Sam Houston State getting 4 rounds in a row, forcing Murray State to make a decision that they know will have consequences, like going back down to basement.
Yeah, absolutely dominant performance so far. SU really have the number for Murray State Gold. Haven't played before, you can tell that they have the sense for just how much to be putting on the brakes at any one time. We saw them kind of testing the water in round 1, letting the early part of the round give some little victories away to Murray State, but when it came down to it in the last 20 seconds, they really showed up their fragging power especially. And I think right now one of the craziest things is Captain Yuri's consistency, just picking up kills like almost leisurely. Like I didn't even realize that he had so many kills until like the second round, and I was like, wait a second. All those little picks he's gotten like so casually. This is a player going off, not just a player casually picking up what's in front of him. He's just always in the right spot and providing so much intel to the team. He's basically picked apart the entire Murray State defense on the IQ scanner before he's even entered the building.
Yeah, Yuri has done a lot for Sam Houston State, but he's also backed up by his friends. So you can see the lowest amount of kills on Sam Houston State is 3. Meanwhile, on the other side of Murray State, DNA Place has gotten 2 entries for this team, and he's also been the only one to really put up a fight mechanically. Everybody else has really wallowed away, with Bravo the only one getting the entry as well in that first round that was directly traded as Dual Shock. He's gonna hop on that visual now. The Hollow, I like the K1A, but that combo of attachments is a sight to behold.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. I've not quite seen that one before. Not that it's like crazy or anything. I mean, all the one-time size basically.
It just looks so weird.
Yeah, especially with the extended barrel. It's like it doesn't even look like the K1A anymore. Pretty exciting. I wonder how that feels. I gotta test it out sometime. Go and check it out for myself. Upstairs though, attackers looking to open up CCTV once again. They've done this before, and that's going to really give a good indication to Dual Shock that they're coming from there right above his head, just through the door. And he's avoided that first drone, so he's going to have a little bit of intel to know where the intel is coming from for the attackers. Now he can look to act on it. Oh, but he's been caught out of his gadget there, so his location is totally blown. His teammate taking the first kill for him, though. Bravo ran away as they've been bantering back and forth, and going to be staying here in gym, waiting to see if there's a refrag opportunity. No one's looking for him right now, though.
Just remember, right now, Murray State are 4-1 on entries. They have not won a single round yet. So, entries do not mean anything. Bravo somehow avoids death there. It's not going to be for very long, but it was still pretty cool to see him evade all those bullets. But just like Dan's opening death, Bravo's death is also going to make a monumentous impact on the round because it nullifies that opening death. That's a trend that we have seen throughout the entire map so far from Murray State, is even though they do get that entry pick, it really means nothing in the end, because A, it almost always gets traded away, and B, they don't work off of it in any way, and eventually they just fall with Murray State losing bodies left, right, and center. DualShock is going to try to go for a flank, the sneaky plays that we've kind of seen from him so far. He's had so much trigger discipline, and it's also amounted to kind of nothing. It's gonna happen again, Treasure. He had a perfect play, and he dies like that. It is excruciating to see him get these really smart plays and then just kind of throw it away like that. But his death is going to be avenged by 2 kills coming out from his friends.
That is very big. Now that Murray State finally has the player advantage, just A1 and Zen, they've still got Hard Breach available for making some extra entrances, but they don't really have time. They're going to have to be getting down on the diffuser in just a couple seconds. DNA picks up another one. It's just A1. He takes his second kill in the round, but even with the pistol, there's no one else to be seen, let alone 2 more heads for him. Yeah, that's going to be the round. Finally, Murray State Gold gets their way onto the scoreboard. This is exactly what they need, Light Rose.
I think that was just Sam Houston State, though, taking way too much time off the site. Like, they were able to get that pick onto Bravo, and then they just took so much time. I think they just might have forgotten that there is a timer up top, because you could see just that hurriness really start to kick themselves. They'd go towards the hatches, flash it, and the round was kind of doomed from there. And at this point, they could have continued on their unbeaten streak. I believe that right now in this map, they're looking like a much better team than Murray State. And the only time that they will be able to lose is when they kick themselves down. But maybe CCTV, this will be where Murray State finally has their defiant revolt against the attack. Still bringing out that Azami to play on Raptor, still having that Kaid to keep that wall closed. But as long as Yuri is there, the Kaid is going to be heavily nullified.
Well, hey, Light Rose, round 3 was the charm on Basement, so maybe third time it will be what makes it happen on CCTV. I think it was a little bit interesting. They were hovering bar and stage for a second, which is usually seen as a bit of a sign of desperation when it comes to Clubhouse. It's not the favorite objective, but we've seen some cool success come from that objective in the past. On the other side, SHSU bringing out the Montagne. Asuke has been having troubles getting first picked a couple times, going just about even that way. I mean, still shooting well when given the opportunities, but it's going to be a lot harder to first pick him now.
You see with the Osa as well, pairing that together. What are they cooking? What plans do they got? My thoughts are they put out the talent shield. They throw in the Monty in there and just try to stick that diffuser down very, very quickly. Maybe bait out Suwon C4. Yeah, with the talent shields, they are really prepping for just like an all-out hold. I've seen this a couple times. It can work well as long as the C4 doesn't have any effect.
Yeah, explosives getting thrown out there are going to really tear apart what they've got set up. But still, the angle that you get from the outside is just really strong without talent shields. So that's not a bad spot to be in. Rifle difference taking off some damage on DNA, but not in the worst spot. Going to be calling out the Montagne here, getting some impact damage, looking for the opportunity to just knock his shield away, but it's not going to be quite what he wants. DNA still having to fight a gunfight from 2 different angles while the Montagne pushes in. Captain Yuri is the one who finishes off the kill, loses the gunfight down the second angle. Monty Pancho finding himself a double kill, both headshots as he's come to support his teammates from below, and Dirty Dan is looking to follow him up, not quite fast enough, and giving away his location when he gets in front of the Banshee.
I think it's Suki. He doesn't have his teammates to really help him, because that's where Montaigne is the best, is when he's able to divert the attention of the defense while also being somewhat of a threat, and Itsuki can't do both at the same time. And now that Dirty Dan is gone, he just has Zen by his side in right now what is a little bit of a 1v4. They don't know that DualShock is behind them, lurking up those secret stairs, and maybe if Itsuki could get inside of the site, there could be something, but so far, it's still Murray State who are up, winning this round. DualShock bides his time, looking to get something. The Claymore does get shot out, and surely that will signify that he is downstairs, and he backs off, knowing that he has been spotted. And if he dies, it makes it a 2v2 as Itsuki does start to put down the diffuser, tries to change and brings out the pistol. One shot to Monty Python will put him down. Zen is there. It is a combo worth millions in this scenario. Treasure Itsuki starts to put down the diffuser again as Monty Poncho goes down. It's a triple kill for this player, and DualShock, who is the long-awaited flank, can't get anything done as Zen, he just speaks back and forth, and victory awaits Sam Houston State.
Something's going off right there. Holy. I thought the best opportunity for your Montaigne was when you got those two long angles and the shield just walking up towards the opponent, but turns out he's really going to pop off, really being the perfect distraction when he's pulling out the pistol trying to 1v1 everybody as long as he's got Zen watching over his shoulder.
Oh, that was exciting to see. I do love seeing the Monty, but also, how did Murray State lose that? Question mark, question mark, question mark. It was a 4v2, and you had a flanking vigil. How do you lose that? I don't.
They pushed angles. They got really scared about Montaigne getting into sight, and then they started pushing up. Like, throw the explosives you have. Look if you can get someone. Oh no! Look at. Yeah.
No!
You also can get someone down below to shoot out the floor, especially using the explosives to make sure that Montaigne, like, while he's got it up on his back while planting, that he doesn't have his feet protected. You can shoot those out. But I think they just got so scared, scared that they could lose it from that point. The pressure's kind of on. They need every round that they can at this point. And their wits weren't all with them just in the moment, but definitely a round that should have gone Murray State's way. But Sam Houston, if you hesitate for a second, they're going to take it. They're a #1 seed. They've been just pounding out wins all throughout this Challengers division this season, and they don't look to be stopping here.
Yeah, and I think right now, I think it was like a client-sided thing. Like the entire server might not have gone down. It just might have been our observer. So we'll try to rejoin, but I fear by the time we rejoin, the game's going to be over. Because Sam Houston State was rolling all the way to the finish line, and now they get to go on the defense. They get to go to something like basement, where if you can hold it, maybe bait out time and resources on the roam, it's really hard for the attack to get anything done. And we did see that with Sam Houston State in round 5 when they just took way too much time getting everything done and couldn't actually execute onto the site. I fear that's going to happen to Murray State.
Yeah, Clubhouse can be a pretty difficult map to attack. It's almost like a bunker. I mean, down below especially, where there's just so little even wooden flooring. You have to approach so many of these angles head on. You just have to be able to win gunfights against people who are entrenched unless you can really divert a lot of utility. And like we talked about earlier on, the defense lineup is actually still pretty strong for several of these objectives with the characters that are left available. Having Valkyrie and Azami really lends so much flexibility to a roster. You can roam as much as you want. You can bunker down in the basement as much as you want. You can get these extended holds like what we were seeing being used actually pretty well overall by Bravo on rafters. Like every single round we saw the Azami, he's not even worth clearing. SHSU, they only went and pushed rafters in one round, and that's when they were using a Montaigne push through garage. So it's really strong, and especially if you're just having a better day shooting, as SHSU is right now, they can make it really darn difficult for their opponents.
Yeah, but we're gonna head to a quick break, figure out all the technical problems, and when we get that smoothed out, we will be back to you as quick as we can. And not too long, Treasure, and I'm glad we didn't get to miss what could be potentially a banger ending to a series. That is if Murray State actually starts to come alive, which we haven't seen too much indication of. But then again, we swapped sides. We've somewhat halted the momentum that Sam Houston State seemed to been on. So, hey, there could be something in the air. You never know.
Yeah, it turns out it was just a server issue. Everyone got booted, so we had to do full rehost, and we're back right on in it. So Murray State hopefully will be thanking the opportunity for a little impromptu timeout on behalf of Ubisoft on this one. This time they're going to have to be going on the attack. They're looking to mix things up, a few operators that we haven't seen a whole ton of in this series. So very different approach than what we saw from SHSU, and we'll see how that ends up panning out through these attacking rounds. Just like their opponents, SHSU is opting for basement first off.
Basement does make sense. I think you always want to... You can either start on gym bedroom or the basement, and funny enough, with what we've seen today, you would expect that CCTV would be a popular site, but funny enough, it's actually fallen out of fashion, and gym bedroom has kind of become the secondary site. But Itsuki, I think he actually punched the wall and shot out Bravo from there. However he got it, it's still impressive, and now that makes the roam a lot easier, because the only way they are going to be able to find some of these players is by hunting them down with their drones. They got no other gadgets to help them.
That's real ballsy, too, reinforcing the wall afterwards. They don't need this wall to be reinforced. This is one of those things which is going to be a time waster for the opponents, making it hard for them to just come in through CC wall. They're going to have to come in from other sites or use hard reinforcement before they start fighting off this. Ooh, oh my gosh, a second kill from Itsuki all the way over here in logistics. And looking for a third one as well. Finds the head of 3K before things have even gotten started. A1 also has one. DNA is the only player remaining, and no one's even set foot inside the building at all. Much cheekier plays than just reinforcing that wall. Basically, the round is done in the books already. We're going to be sent to map point already. It's ended up getting down, trading out in that last fight. C4 goes out just to add on some additional pressure, and DNA has to watch all these windows simultaneously, watching for another run out, which is just bound to come and give him more time.
Okay, so he is able to get the down, but yeah, no, he can't stop the 3 other players from hopping outside. It would have been
so many.
You can see it was coming. Treasure, they were hunting him down.
2 downs, but still a flawless round. No one actually got finished off. Not quite a headshot in that final flurry for DNA. He just had his team fall apart around him, just torn apart by these quick little peeks as SHSU just nips at their opponents. They're moving over to gym bedroom. Like you said, that other really eminent objective, one of your first picks. They're bringing a much different, well, not that different as it turns out, but a more bunker style roster that Maestro is going to be adding more to the team later in the round, looking for that plant denial and holding up probably in the bathroom or nearby in bedroom.
All right, so 6-1 right now. I want to remind you that these two teams played previously. One of their scores was 7-1. I don't know what map they played. Maybe it was Clubhouse, which, I mean, it would make sense if you played your opponent and absolutely throttled them, so why not go back and throttle them again, as we're seeing with Sam Houston State? But that's speculative at this point. We don't know what is going down. All we know is that Murray State are looking like they are going to get beat down in map 1. Nothing really changed in the first round of their attack, and, well, something has to, otherwise we are going to map 2.
Yeah, and this is the pace that SHU has been setting across the course of this entire season. Once again, Iski over here in Strip Club, waiting for the opportunities behind 2 short walls, waiting for someone to try coming in through this room, looking for any opportunity to just hear something coming across. That default cam's going to be shot out, so it's not going to keep giving him intel to feed out onto Jacuzzi Wall, which is where most of the attack is coming from.
Yeah, you can see Murray State, they're hesitant to really push forward because of all of the peaks that could happen. And I mean, rightly so. We saw what they did last round, and we saw that they were trying to get some spawn peaks in there as well. DNA is going to hit some explosives with those Reteros. I don't know if he actually hit anything, because there isn't too much. I mean, there's some cameras, some Banshees, and some Prismas, and that really isn't it. But Yuri goes down. It's another entry for Murray State. And how can they activate off of this one? Will there be another trade in about 15 to 20 seconds? Or will it actually be Murray State working off of that opening pick they got and maybe eventually winning the round?
These Reteros just keep getting so close to players, given quite a bit of intel and keeping that slow burn pressure on SHSU. That should open up the rest of that running sized hole in order to get into bathroom, and they've secured making sure that no one is in there. Okay, yeah, finally pinged out our Intrepid Maestro. Is a good target for a frag grenade. I think he's got plenty of time to rotate on out. Yeah, he's back into bedroom, but he's been just seeing explosives coming at him left and right. Here's the hard breach going off, knowing that bedroom or bathroom is going to be even more dangerous for him as he's getting droned out here by the Gemini.
Suani drops, knowing that there's nobody actually inside of Logistics Self, but does A1 know that? Throws an impact out. It does a small midget of damage to Monty Poncho, but A1X just continues the Maestro shuffle, walking in between bathroom, in between the actual site, in between Logi, but still Murray State stays on top. Dual Shock will go down, making it a 3v3. Zen is going to be able to spot Suan trying to sneak into the site. He is not as silent as he initially thought. And now the impact deals even more damage to Monty Poncho. It is just trying to catch Thermite in their Pokeballs. Nobody is successful yet, but one bullet will take him to the grave, and only 20 seconds left. There's really no in for Murray State. Bravo is nowhere near to get kills. Monty Poncho is not on good health to even try to put down that diffuser. A miracle would have to happen for Murray State to get them over the finish line in this one. Itsuki, even with that frag grenade, hell, Bravo, get one for the KD, man. But he doesn't. And Sam Houston State, after the rehost, they just clean up. And 7-1 is where our first map ends.
Dominant start for SHS. You put another 7-1, like you said, up on the board, and they've had plenty of these over the course of the semester, just barely letting up the gas at all. And honestly, that was a little bit more of a fluke round earlier, where they didn't give themselves that opportunity to actually get to the end of the round. They're getting a little hungry for kills, especially looking all the way at the second floor as a basement objective, and they're rooting around looking for Bravo on the top floors, where he's trying to be as much of a nuisance as possible. He did succeed in being a bit of a nuisance, enough to win a round. Like, we'll take that. But the frags just are not coming the way of Murray State Gold. They put up a good performance to get here, but this might be that roadblock that stops their playoffs run.
Yeah, but the thing for them, they go to Bank next. That is their map pick. Clubhouse, it literally wasn't, and it figuratively was not their map pick. So hoping that things will change. We're gonna head to a quick break before we get into that second map, knowing that, or at least fingers crossed, it will be an exciting one. We'll see after. Yeah, okay, well, we made the break not as short because we went to a break around 2 rounds ago. So, you know, putting a total time of a small amount. But welcome back to NECC. I'm Lyra's. Joining me is Treasure. And we had a very one-sided map one, 7-1. And as we go into Murray State's map pick, they were the team that lost. They're looking to really change things around, and I mean that in the best ways.
Yeah, on the other side, though, Sam Houston State University just so dominant. They have yet to lose a map in the entire season. They don't want playoffs to be that point. They definitely don't want it to be semifinals. So they want to take bank and make that their kingdom from which to rule the rest of playoffs, because they've played against all the teams that are in this playoffs bracket, and they've washed them 2-0. Like, there's no other way to put it when it comes down to it. So Murray State Gold is really up against the wall at this point, especially with the really dominant map one. The last time they faced off, we pointed out that they had an 8-7 taking of Sam Houston over time. That's really big for them, but this time they just don't have that same pacing. Clubhouse was basically a blowout with basically a fluke round that went the other way. So
yeah,
we really have to hope that bank really shaking things up. It's a very different map, one that a lot of these teams don't play too much, with really different pacing through a lot of the especially mid-round fights. And I think that's the place where Sam Houston was really winning. Anytime that Murray would have a good early round, that mid-round timing is where everything started to fall apart.
Yeah, well, I mean, clearly it chose this map for a reason. Like, you don't just go to a map willy-nilly, especially one that not a lot of people play. So clearly Murray State, they have something up their sleeve, whether it's an atypical strategy on the attack or the defense, whether it's just their confidence in it overall. I know they have something. They have to. Because I just can't believe that they would take Sam Houston State knowing that they have not lost a map and just get dusted over and over again. And as we go through these initial bans, we're seeing Habana as that first one, meaning that she's really just targeted to make the hatches a little bit harder to break.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see if we end up seeing some more Maverick just for ease of hatch access, because otherwise you're maxing out at 2 hatches at a time, either through can openers or thermite exothermic charges. And that's the big value in Habana, is that she can open up way more hatches with her pellets, especially now. I guess it's not a new change anymore, but being able to split the pellets and only use 4 of them to open up a hatch with optimal efficiency is really nice for her. Mira, once again, off the count. No one wants to be dealing with that. Get her out of here.
Yeah, I mean, Mira's good on bang. Just like on Clubhouse, that basement side can be influenced simply by her presence, and I think taking Kaida does make sense if you take the Habana out, which may mean that I think having like a can openers and an ace will just take care of that from the beginning. But you know who did make it through? Solus and Azami, and we're already seeing the Solus on the board being brought by Captain Yuri, and overall you can see a very flank heavy type of play from Sam Houston State, indicating that they are going to try to spread around the map and not let Murray State really get a foothold at all.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting for them to be choosing that Habana and Kaid ban. Like you said, if you're doing one, you should probably be doing the other, unless you got something in particular in mind. And these are kind of atypical. They're going to change the pace of the map quite a bit as we get through the later rounds. Initially in this setup, you're going to want to open up, both holes for C4s to be chucked above, and also these really important rotation holes in order to make sure that you can move between the 2 sites. Like, the architecture of this basement objective is a little wonky since there's several rooms in between the 2 bomb sites, but shotguns make quick work of that fact.
I mean, you always gotta bring a shotgun. You always gotta make sure you just have somebody designed to create those rotates, especially on this bank site, because you need an area from that actual hallway into the site itself, because I mean, that's one of the best ways to defend. Is make sure that the attack never feels like they're truly safe from any angle overall. But I wonder if this is where A1 is gonna play with the Wamai magnets, with the Goyo canisters. Kind of reminds me of when Warden was played on this site. It was like pre-rework, he wasn't used at all outside of this one specific instance because he was immune to flashbangs, and that made him a little bit more effective. But that has just gone away ever since we have seen that rework.
Yeah, I remember when Warden was a troll character. They totally ruined him, man. Giving him a shield, making him actually useful, making Ying more meta relevant. Now it's not funny to pick Warden. So this initial attack, getting some pressure up into server room. There's two players already watching this angle, so it's actually gonna be really, really dicey for A1 to be pushing back in as the walls are getting opened up. They've left some holes opened up, so there's not any reinforcement right here like you'll usually see. That might mess up the Selma. Yeah, it does. That's going to leave a little bit of a strip there that they have to deal with one way or another. Not optimal for finding the plant early.
Oh, it's Suki. Pulls out the pistol, trying to get maybe a little bit more damage on the Suwon, which he did tag with that P10 Roni. But we're seeing on both sides just how that small magazine does hurt. And Dual Shock, he's got a kill! He didn't get a kill in that first map, and he is that first player to strike blood on Bank. And now A1X, he was able to find one, but I have no idea how he was able to get back to the site scot-free, but I am impressed. And he's going to be able to use those smoke canisters, but down goes another player. Bravo is going to be spread out by that smoke canister, and so far, this first round is much, much better by Murray State, and all they have to do is finish out onto Zen, who is in that 1v4, has been spotted out, and now doesn't really have a good time, and I don't think he might get this 1v4. I'm liking Murray State so far on Bank.
Yeah, this is a really dominant round right off the bat, totally calling out every one of the weird things that SU has done to set up this site. DualShock finishes this one up. Zen basically just kiting the enemy team, waiting for that opportunity where you maybe find another head or maybe end up on the floor himself. So a stunning start from Murray State, totally different from what we were seeing all throughout last map, and quite likely another attempt at the basement. The intel that you get from Solus just didn't get seen one bit. No line of sight on the attackers before they were getting in, except for that maybe that one opportunity where was it Dirty Dan watched in box and just didn't end up finding anything, tried tagging with the pistol. That was like the one time where a defender had to jump on the attackers.
It's funny, we have just seen how unwieldy the P10 Roni is. Like, DualShock was running it, now Itsuki was not having fun with that thing, so I think just like...
Monster. I think that's okay.
Put the P10 Roni down. Pick up the Commando, my friend. It is a good gun. It's got a slow rate of fire, but it doesn't have that big of a kick. It's got a sick as hell reload, and I think that yeah, the style points just infinitely put it above the P10 Roni in my eyes.
The one thing that actually really stands out for me is the increased mag size, which is really big. The Roni having a 19-round magazine is just so rough.
I think it's lower than the Bearing 9. And like the machine pistols.
Oh yeah, well the Bearing 9 has like a big one though, right? Doesn't have like 30 rounds.
It's just crazy.
Okay. They opened up a wall there, a bigger hole, ended up covering it up. Might have been intended to be a C4 hole and was a little bit too low, so you can't crouch behind it anymore is what it looks like to me. But overall, I think the same hold. A1 once again in blue stairs. No longer Goyo being brought by the defenders, so they won't have that same kind of holding up opportunities. So let's look into really command the top floor, find the jump on the attackers like they couldn't last round.
Yeah, I mean, the other way you're really able to do that is if you can spot some of those drones, maybe spot an Inox scanner, but A1X, he's going to hear that talent shield go off in the same spot, and now that smoke canister has been deployed, all of Murray State know that there is a smoke in that blue corridor, and with Suwon upstairs, they could provide a really good pinch if they want to, as long as they use their flashbangs, or I guess they don't really have any, so they can't really drain out anything like an ADS, so it is really just going to have to be these head-on gunfights that Murray State will win. But Dual Shock strikes again early on, and he's looking to find another. But there's Dirty Dan, the P10 Roni that we all talked about early on. It finally finds a victim.
And he will keep on with the long tradition of shooting through that wall. Every single player who's gone up there has just been wall banging that all round long. Monty Poncho takes down Zen on the defense, keeping up this wall. They haven't opened up the same wall that they'd. Oh, actually, they did. I'm seeing that. But they have not cleared the player from Blue Bunker still. So A1 is still up here, switching into the SMG 11, try and keep that extra range. But this is not an optimal gunfight to be having to take once again. Putting some damage on Suwon, but his teammate's going to finish things off. He doesn't even need to use the shotgun in the end, but the defenders are hurting for player count. Itsuki is going to be pulling back and try and find an opportunity to get A1 out of that hallway.
And just how low Bravo is, it's going to be a very hard time to root A1X out of this position. And like that, I don't know if Murray State can really get inside of the actual site. Because Bravo is on low health, they're going to have to cover Monty Poncho from afar, but because of the hatch, Murray State has to go upstairs, and with A1X, he's just able to create the rotate. Oh, Bravo actually gets away, surprisingly enough, but you could just see the amount of time that SHSU is able to waste is more than enough. Down goes the Osa, and Monty Poncho, he is going to try his hand at putting that diffuser down, but Itsuki finally strikes from his fabled position, and there it goes. SHSU, they try the same site, do not get the same result, and walk away with a win.
It is insane how much value A1X can get, just totally self-sustaining in the face of basically everyone who'd come at him. Two people came down the stairs after him. He distracted one long enough for a teammate to finish them, just totally did away with one with the shotgun, and kept two players distracted for the entire round. Once again, really making use of that position. It's a dangerous position to be using, but if you're so flexible and like smart on your feet like that, being able to go up to the second floor, open up the floor below you, and try and stop anyone from using blue stairs, and then even watch the hatch from that angle, and still nail SMG 11 shots from 2 floors up. Like, there's not a lot that you can do about that. You just need to be able to flash out blue and drop a nade on top of him. If you're not doing that, nothing else is going to stop him.
Right now, some changes coming up from SHSU, which is pretty standard considering that this is not basement. You can't really hunker down like you can, but with the changes that SHSU have, you wouldn't think that. Castle, Warden, Echo, a lot of information and a lot of denial coming out from them. There isn't anything like a magnet or an ADS, but it's really just designed to soak up everything that the attackers have, all the Gone 6s, all the frag grenades, and honestly, they're going to need it. You can see the amount of utility that Murray State have is aplenty.
I like the little rotations that we were seeing right there before in between the little inlet office upstairs. That's pretty neat to be seeing. Solus underground, or underneath the balcony here, looking for any initial sights of attackers. A little bit early for it though, but Suwon is right on up there. That's where a lot of the attack is coming from. They're going to have to deal with these castle barricades, which will be telling of where they end up choosing to make this push. They don't have sledge, so they will have to put in explosives every time they're looking to get through one.
Red pings going out from the attack, and they're actually going to activate a lion scan, just trying to get some angle on the player that they know is there, but the castle barricade actually isn't letting them get any more, and that's what I talked about early on. It's what it's designed to do. And if Murray State actually do want to strike, there's a Valcam upstairs, but it's SHSU. They fall early again due to Murray State. There is the Sophia, and their information will be there. Will the C4 find a victim? It does, and it downs Bravo as well. This could be horrible for Murray State, but Monty Poncho, he finds his second. And if they can get the revive onto that Zofia, this could be an equal game, but there's a very big if there, Treasure.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
No way! He catches that just in time, too! Finishing off Monty Poncho. Bravo's still downed in stocks. DNA has to move up to get this thing. Explosives have been baited out. Not a C4, I don't think. Just an impact in order to get the line of sight. And there we go, finishing things off. Captain Yuri just looking insane with these really tight angles from down below. And it looks like those are the gunfights that are really going to pull SHSU ahead, where they're taking these tiny, tiny windows of vision and just taking miles out of them.
I think we're seeing the old SHSU come back. Round 1 was a fluke, like it was in round, what was it, 5 for SHSU. They let their opponent get 1, no more than that. Staff opener, I think, will be the final test of that. If they're able to take this round, they guarantee themselves a 3-3, which I think they won't stop there. But you never know how Murray State will adapt once we go back to the site itself, when they get a second chance at it. But a similar lineup probably means a similar type of play from Yuri Itsuki, lurking, getting that information, and waiting to inevitably strike. But I think DNA, Monty Poncho, they've done a great job at finding the early kills and actually working off of them, getting map control, doing what you're actually supposed to do as a team. And so far, that's why they have won round. And some of these rounds have been closer, but there's still more on the board for this attacking team. I know it.
I love the defense making basically kill rooms where they have just a little bit of utility focus, but using reinforces or just the fact of the normal flow of gameplay for entry in order to basically be in Murray State's head before they even know what the room is going to be about. Once again, they've seen quite a bit of reinforcement up here. There's a Legion mine that we saw get set up, and I think a Valkyrie cam as well. Okay, maybe not Valkyrie cam, but that's going to be set down. But last round in this room, that stock room play was really primo. Valkyrie cam gone here, though, so we probably won't be seeing it again.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of the IQ, but the Jackal, which has been so efficient, has no place in this round. Dirty Dan strikes. He does get a little bit of damage done to him in the process, but yeah, it's how you win the fight. I was talking to my friend earlier. It's closeness matters, and horseshoes and hand grenades. In terms of everything else, well, Dirty Dan did win the fight, and SHSU get the entry and get the advantage.
Now, though, finding his way into the building. Suwon, I think, just hard peeking some angles. No drone work up ahead. This could be really scary with the player just through a wall from him. He's got a teammate right behind him to refrag, but the wallbang isn't going to quite pan out the way he's hoping. Once again, in that corner, just getting lacerated with bullets. Dirty Dan finds the second one on Monty Poncho.
Man, well, I said that I think the old SHSU is back. I think I might be right. 4-2. And if Yuri and his buddies can continue to waste time, then I think this will be a success for them. Suwon takes even more damage from the Guman. I think, what, half his damage has been done just by keeping that thing in his leg, hoping to get some sort of advantage on this player. But so far, Yuri just evades all shots. He's able to take down Suwon. And now, just the 1v1 up on the top floor. It's not going to decide the round. It's going to decide who gets a cool little clip at the end. Clearly, Yuri won the war there, Treasure.
Absolutely, yeah. He's just dominant. He was able to just stay in that room, keep feeding information to his teammates with his gadget, and just take wallbang after wallbang. And with those nasty flanks and great prediction calls on his reticle placement, he shuts down player after player. It's insane.
He's good. He's him, simply. Also, it was very cool to see. I do like seeing wall bangs, even though there's been like a very big debate over wall bang should be one-shot headshot. You do get cool clips like that, and for that, coolness matters. I've made my opinion known, Treasure, that style points and all of those are more important than anything else.
Ooh. Okay, this defense coming in with even more intel, so I think we can anticipate more wall bangs even somehow, and more C4 kills from below, again, somehow, because Pulse is being brought here. This isn't, I guess, the craziest site for C4s through the floor or other kinds of wall bangs through the floor bangs, because of all this concrete floor that we've got, but it will be doing a lot to keep them at. Round 1 on basement is where Murray State found their round. They moved really quickly and basically would not take no for an answer throughout all the gunfights that they had. He baited like he didn't know that the drone was there. But he will take that one along with him. And that's a nice little extra camera for the defense to get set up right ahead of time. Zen is pushing up ahead. He's seen this push up several times before, and he's going to take the opportunity to just watch that drone and pull on back. He knows that that aggression will be real problematic if Murray State is able to capitalize off of it.
Grayscale. Yeah. Monochrome, the bug. You got.
We're doing an
here.
artistic round.
Yeah, I forget how you get off of this, but right now it's noir, and we're seeing the cool things happen. Yuri,
he's gonna run out.
Survives.
Oh.
And what is going on?
Oh my!
What is happening?
Oh no!
Oh, okay, we
Everywhere
just
I
lost
look.
connection.
Oh, there we go.
my
Okay.
God.
Yeah, I guess we're doing third-person view for a while. Okay, no, that just fixes it. That's good to see. Well, DNA down
wow.
at the end of all that.
Okay. I think we've stabilized. Are we good? Are we clear? We're full color, no static. We're still seeing Sam Houston State find frags, so everything is normal. Treasure, and well, DualShock is going to be able to spot one. He's not going to spot his friend's death looking at those feet, as Bravo is going to be able to claim one of his own, meaning that open area is a little bit more clear for the taking, but they have to go through Itsuki first. That Pulse who is going to be able to spot them with that scanner, but if he tries, then Swan's going to be able to spot him with the IQ scanner. It's a little one-for-one trade that Itsuki doesn't even want to dabble with, knowing that he is scanned by his footprints. He goes all the way to the top floor, not retreating, but he may want to rethink that.
He is running very far away from objective at this point, just trying to lose his tail and just keep the Jackal pings distracted for a while. He's moved into uncharted territory, taking a bit of damage for all of his work, but he's actually made it out of the gunfight. The attackers on first floor here, not totally sure what to do. They're still getting those pings from up top. DualShock finishes off Zen, sorely needed for the attackers when they're hitting that 30-second mark. Itsuki is just trying to sow chaos, throwing off those metal detectors while his teammates attack from up top. A1 takes down DualShock with a shoddy, and Bravo's looking to push up and find the kill here. They're going to get too distracted to find their way into sight, though, at this rate, and they need 3 kills to finish it off. It's just not going to happen on kills. They have to get downstairs in 15 seconds. I think we're just in a TDM now.
Yeah, no, that's kind of what this entire game has been. That's what Rainbow Six is a lot of times, and it is just a blender for Murray State. It is not a lot of hope for them ever since that first round. Sam Houston State, they've bounced back, and they have bounced back hard. Treasure looking to repeat their 5-1 effort. They're gonna go back up to that CEO area, bring a similar lineup, and at this point, what can you do if you're Murray State? You were able to win one round early in that first time. You still got an opening picks, and yet nothing is working at all.
Yeah, I'm feeling secondhand lost in these rounds. I think we're seeing it towards the end of last map, where there are some times where they had actually set up really well. I think on the very last round of last map, actually, they had a phenomenal attack going, but they've just been put in the blender a couple times, like last round, with just SHSU just running around, like literally just sprinting around the map during gunfights just to keep the chaos going and still being able to win gunfights that way. And it just makes it hard to keep focused and keep coordinated with your team. So at this moment, Murray State, they have to really be able to lean back on their teammates and make sure that their communications are coming out fully. That way they can keep their heads about them, even when weird stuff happens, because as long as they're calling out what they're up against, they can still play against it. Even if it's weird, even if it's silly, even if it's a caveat in the basement, like, that's dronable, that's killable, that's not the worst. She's not a good character. Like, they just need to not fall for the chaos that SHSU is trying to sow in their heads.
Yeah, that's a big if. Like a very, very big if. Because everything that Murray State have done has fallen for the chaos of SHSU. Like, a lot of times in these rounds, I'm lost, you're lost, and I know for sure Murray State is
I
lost.
want that to be very clear. It's
Okay,
terrifying.
I guess there's a difference between visually lost and like mechanically lost. We are visually lost, as in we could not see a darn thing on the screen because it was filled with static. But right now, Murray State, they have been mechanically lost, and if it's Suki, Yuri, Dirty Dan, if they just throw this team through the ringer with a lot of crossfires, it is just, it's not going to be pretty for the attack.
Bomb has been located.
Yuri's just hunting. Any angle that he's going to come up to, he's looking for it. He's ready to go, itching on the trigger. The first down of the round comes out. Dual shock put down and finished off by Zen. I'm not sure if he had prior intel there, but definitely just winning out that gunfight in the big opening lobby. There's a lot of angles to be watching there, so it could be pretty hard to enter without a really heavy drone work. Default cam's still given extra intel. Even if they don't find a player, they're using that as an indication of where they do need to be looking. And the alibis are given some more as well.
But finding out Dual Shock, who's had a much better map. Like, he right now is the leading fragger for Murray State. And after what was a unfortunate, we'll say that, map 1, seeing a player bounce back like that, it is always exciting to see. But the bad thing about losing your Lion, Caveira is still lurking. You have those air jabs, but not a lot have been deployed, meaning if she sneaks up behind you, it might be curtains. And so far, Murray State, they seem to not be actually focusing on the roam. They seem to be going towards the actual site itself, which I don't think is going to end very well, considering how good some of these flankers have been on the defense.
Someone was getting concussed a second ago by Echo as well. The attackers pounce into action, but it's Suwon who takes down Dirty Dan. Ooh, still looking for some more intel from down below. Captain Yuri is directing his teammates to these fights, looking to make sure no one comes in from the bottom of the box, but that's just not where the attack is at this point. Suwon taking another kill. Zen now finished off. Caveira just waiting around this corner, but it's already been established that the attackers don't want to mess with this long hallway with that rotation that was set up by the defenders upstairs. Captain Yuri takes down Monty Poncho as he looks to get downstairs from box and investigate his location. Down, no interrogation here, but the attackers have moved on into objective. DNA finishes off one, covering Suwon while he tries to plant. They baited out one kill, looking for another opportunity, but here comes that echo drum and explosive from down below. Captain Yuri takes down headshot somehow from below on Suwon. DNA finds it, but here comes that drone. He's gonna just drop it in order to save the death. He knows he's fated to die at that point.
That's an Echo and Solus moment.
Yep.
You had the entire map. You had map control. I'm sorry. You forgot to worry about these two pivotal players that are designed for the exact situation that you are in. A little funny to see happen at the end there. As ASHSU, they do complete that 5-1 half in the previous time, and now only need 2 more to finish out a very good semifinals. I mean, ending at 7-1 and 7-1, only losing 2 rounds in what will be your final game before having a chance at winning the whole season for your division. It's an impressive stat line.
Yeah, really looking good so far, but we're not quite out of here yet. Murray State now getting to go on the defense. They're going to try and put up one nearly as dominant. Well, it has to be exactly as dominant as the one that SHSU got, or even better for them to take this to overtime. They're in a pretty tough spot.
That's an understatement, Treasure.
Yeah.
They're in a, what is a word worse than tough? Miserable? Excruciating?
Ooh, oh no. I can't disagree with you, though. This has just been amazing gameplay from SHSU. They've had basically every fight that they lose, they have another player just sitting around waiting for the finishing blow to finish off a round. Like, they've never been in that bad of a spot. They've looked comfortable even losing.
Yeah, that's the thing, is the one round that they've lost was the first round. And now that Dirty Dan has equipped the shield, I think he's waiting for his friend the Lion to help him out. There is a player waiting around the corner. It could be a kill if Dirty Dan actually uses the shield correctly. Or he could just be welcomed with a burst of buckshot, but it's the shield somehow.
It hits? No
I
way!
have no idea how that melee hit. Like, it hit directly square on the shield. It's somehow Murray State, they're able to find two with a good little play by Bravo, but directly countering that is Yuri's kill onto Swan and Itsuki's kill onto Bravo, making that very good play by the Mute in the corner irrelevant.
Yeah, suddenly just about moot as it's a 3v3. DualShock does shut down Itsuki. He was able to play off of that last kill from his own teammate. Captain Yuri and Zen, the only two attackers left at this point, but Captain Yuri's already made his way into sight. Monty Poncho is ready for it, though, just going to floor him. And these Goyo canisters are basically going to do half the work of the round for him if he just waits patiently for Zen to show himself. It's from the same angle as before. Ooh, and the angle is not advantageous for Zen. He's lucky to be getting away with his life after that.
Yeah, but now with DualShock, he is just going to pre-fire Zen with those 16 bullets. So I think right now, Sam used to say they have earned the fact that they can just be a little silly in a couple of these rounds. I said that they won their first map 7-1. They were poised to win that second map 7-1, but now they go over to CEO. They're still going to bring out something a little bit different, at least for now, with the glass. But that is a little bit more typical, considering you just put the glass in the window, you throw a lot of smokes in there, and you try to get a plant down with the coverage from the actual glass itself. And, well, if they don't bring a ward in, then it's really hard for the actual defense to counter it. But maybe the Soulless in play could change that.
Yeah, once again, we've seen what she can do, adding so much pressure from down below, giving so much intel. Really worth a lot for a team. And yeah, I'm not against glass for a second floor. He can cut down a lot of these long angles as long as certain walls aren't reinforced or if they get blown up later. Like this entire hallway that we're looking at right now can just be totally shut down by a small hole in the left side wall at this point. Yeah, that one. I mean, you can just totally shut down rotations off the windows, and it's so strong that way. And we've seen the power that you can get from just having a good hold at the end of this hallway from SHSU's defense. And if the same thing were to be done by Murray State, then they're not going to be able to hold that angle the same way. And I think on last round, you said they were kind of being a little silly, but honestly, I don't even have a problem with anything they're doing there, waiting, being patient with the blitz, waiting for the opportunity to have some intel ahead of them. It's just all a Bravo diff. And I guess to whatever extent you can say skill comes into play when it comes to shotguns and shields, they can be a little bit silly sometimes, but that was exactly the reactions he needed. He was poised and waiting for that blitz to come around the corner.
We are back to the flyover. And we are back to the game. Like that. Zen is outside on the parking garage. That is not an angle that we've seen for a while. And DNA is able to get away scot-free. No damage done to him in the slightest. So, I mean, you can't really do that strategy anymore because all the windows that you used to be able to shoot from are blocked off by the actual map itself. It's not like a barricaded window or anything. Suan strikes first. He takes down Itsuki, meaning that this stairs are just going to be covered by the defense for now. And SHSU, they are going to have to find their frags from someone else. And, well, it's not going to be any of the two players that are in the dirt.
Yeah, Captain Yuri gets a little taste of his own medicine downstairs up against DNA plays on Soulless. Great kills off the bat for Murray State. They're really looking strong in this round. Yet again, there comes the peak, but A1 is just faster on the flick. Takes down Suwon, gets revenge for his fallen teammate, and Zen falls to his, not death, but downing on the floor, and it's going to be his death in the end as his teammate is shut down, looking for the opportunity to rotate to him. Oopsies.
I think Glass started screaming before he fell. I was like, wow, why is Glass screaming? Oh, that's why.
So I was like, I have my suspicions that someone's dying somewhere right now.
Oh my, it's not, that's just a very silly play that you only get every now and then. But now we're getting to the point where Murray State, they're crawling back. They're only 2 rounds away from tying it up and 1 round away from going back to a site where they previously won. So I think Sam Houston State, the buck stops here. You have to win open area stab. Take that top floor. Just finish it out. Stop playing with your food, going on these ops that maybe aren't actually cohesive for the site, and just go to bed. You're college students. You don't want to drag this out longer than you have. I know you guys have finals.
Don't you have finals coming up?
It is final season.
Yeah, what are you doing playing video games? You better win this faster so you can study some more. That's the real
Yeah, I'm sure
NECC
that's
playbook
what they'll
here.
do.
Yeah, I'm sure that's
after
what
this.
the coach is saying to them right now.
Yeah.
Gotta
That's
get
what
your
all
homework.
college students worry about is, I love studying and I can't wait to finish this thing I'm doing so I can go study.
Attacker's bomb diffuser has been
Yes.
dropped.
Oh,
I'm not a
better
college
go
student, so
pick it up.
Covered the bomb diffuser.
All right, DNA plays really having a great position last round, showing up when needed. There, I like the initial aggressiveness that we keep seeing on these rounds that Murray State does win. When they start winning a round, they get like that initial pick. They just keep going with it, and I think that's what we need to see from them on a really consistent basis in order for them to keep it in the games. That really fast and heavy aggression, so it will stop SU from mixing them up, doing something weird in those initial moments after something comes. Oh, Bravo gets the kill. He's got a teammate dual shock on the other 90 angle, and he doesn't even need to pull the trigger. The two of them can push up on the last remaining player out here. Zen looking to take a tight angle, can't quite find anyone, but he's got to keep playing up here for this diffuser. Finally, a teammate is going to be sending a drone in to try and make it a little bit safer, but DualShock is still just down the hall.
And he's at an angle that the drone might spot him, but it's not an easy fight for Zen to actually take. The frag grenade is going to be thrown, trying to root out a player that is not there. And now that Mozzie is pushed out, and Zen does get a good little shot onto Bravo, making the lobby a little bit clearer to play. So the drones for SHSU, very powerful. They've helped them out in a lot of these situations where maybe they haven't been in the best of situations, and will, with SHSU looking to continue forward on their westward take. It does start with the vertical play that we see from Dirty Dan, opening up this hatch that Alex has in the terms of that gone 6 as well, but right now, things can change on a dime for whoever really wants to take it.
It looks here like Sam Houston is moving over towards that east side box window area. Nice. Taking away the can opener. That's the advantage of leaving that wall soft, or that hatch soft, so that you can actually take out the devices trying to be used to breach it ahead of time, as long as you're listening pretty closely. But yeah, everyone's moved over so that they at least have good rotation across to box. And this is where the defense is the strongest. They've got cross angle set up between blue and kitchen. And yeah, here we go. Attacker straying right into that line of sight. Dirty Dan right in between them, but DualShock doesn't peek it. He had the opportunity if he was listening a little closer, if you got a call. Still being patient. There's 2 players right ahead of him. He's taking the swing. 3 players ahead of him. Isuki gets 2 kills, but DualShock just the same. Takes him down and one of his teammates. And while he's distracted, the frost mat strikes. A1X is left all alone, but so is DualShock. He's got to rotate back up from the basement as the res is coming up. 10 seconds left. Is getting darn close. The diffuser has to go down in these next couple moments, and DualShock has to get through here. He's giving off the metal detector. Looks to wallbang, doesn't quite find what he wants.
1 bullet done to Zen. Maybe a Kona station could heal up this player, but there's really none in sight. So it's really going to be about how can Zen waste DualShock's time. Do not peek these angles. That is something that Sam Houston State cannot afford to do. Use the time that you have. Force this defender to push on up. And DualShock, maybe he's been a little bit too patient. He's got 10 seconds to work with. The crossfire has to be big for Sam Houston State. DualShock takes a little bit more damage. The pistol is zigzagging. Caterpillar
No way.
formation.
Man, the P10 Roni is just not generous today, no matter who is wielding it. You just needed the 1 bullet. I mean, it was a bad situation to be in, was then still having Overwatch around the corner.
The fact that he literally was just able to run back and forth, zigzag, and they won the round probably because of that.
Poster
I've seen
child
some
for
crazy
high
things.
sense players.
Yeah, no, that was a play.
Try and see a low DPI player pull that one off. You just can't dodge bullets the same.
I don't really need to see that again. Thank you.
Well, now we finally found that map point and even more impactful match point. This could be the final round that Murray State gets to play in NECC for the season and for the year.
Could be. I mean, that's what happens sometimes. Is everybody's story has to end somewhere. Sometimes it's with a bang, and sometimes it is with a not excruciating. The fact that Murray State has been able to get 2 rounds has still been very good for them, but a heartbreaking whimper for it to go out like this. But I mean, with 3 rounds to go, overtime could still be gotten, and with Sam Houston State not. I spoke too soon. I was going to say not electing to bring the Blitz. Instead, they're opting to bring the Amaru as well. So they are fully committing to the bit.
Yeah, committing to the bit. We'll see what they're going on up to. Right up to the offices. There's a player up here as well, so we'll see if the 2 of them end up on a collision course. Doesn't look so, since he's moving on westward. Oh, he has some intel to be working off of. This is going to be a crazy pinched angle with players coming in through the main lobby as well. He's under so much pressure right now. DualShock just barely keeping up. He's got a C4 up already. He takes the kill. He trades himself out. That's more than I could have anticipated getting in that situation.
How did he get the kill while also getting blown up by the C4? I feel like that's a ping moment right there, because I mean, you hit the button. There's a slight. That's a game of milliseconds right there. But
I
with
think I caught the wall in front of them. I don't think it wasn't in the air, was it?
No, but it's just the fact that you hit the button and he died as well. So it's I am just shocked that that was a direct trade.
Yeah, no, the crazy stuff. We've had some funny interactions so far tonight. The attackers have moved in. Oh, no, his head was totally there. I'm gonna call refs are one-sided on this one. DNA clearly should have had that one, but he's gonna take down Captain Yuri and A1X, getting plenty for his trouble. There's Zen's left all alone. Opened up the hole down into the basement. Opened up Suwon's head as well, but he's in a rough spot here. He's got to take on the 1v3 in order to take this one home for his team. Once again, okay, there we go. Finally finding that last little bit of the head that he needed to get that kill. DNA plays in Bravo now into 1v2, looking scarier every single moment as Zen is just tearing through their teammates.
And the pings, you have a minute left to find out where this Solus is, but you have 2 drones as well, and I think the general ping will come from the lobby, but woo! That wow. P90, it kicks, but when you've got the right crosshair, yeah, all you need is a couple bullets. He does.
He went crazy that round. Holy, is that 4 kills?
I think it might have been. I don't think it was the
2 on the
ace,
drop.
but...
I think he got another one off. Nah, it wasn't the ace. No, because
of the thing that I went crazy
the C4. Yeah. Yeah, that's a wild round through in the end. Once again, Murray State staving off defeat, but is still on that match point. 4 rounds in this half, and I don't know. I can't even say that this is SHSU falling off or anything, not doing their due diligence. This is just some really intensely good plays, making the most out of every situation that they end up from Murray State.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Do you think it's possible that Murray State complete the comeback?
I would pog. I think it's possible. I mean, I think a lot.
You did not just say I would pog.
I would pog. I'd do a little pog. Like when we go to caster cams, I'd do a little pog for you. I'd show you just how I feel.
Okay. I was not expecting that answer, I guess, was the thing that shocked me.
I'm a grown man. I can pog if I want to.
You can, but I think with Murray State, they've done a great job at actually utilizing their flanks. Like, going back to Clubhouse, DualShock was constantly being the rattiest rat I've ever seen. And then when he would show his face, he would whiff the hardest whiff I've ever seen. And it happened, I think, about 4 times the entire map, which is impressive because there was only 8 rounds.
Sensor on.
Yeah, it happened a lot. But hey, he's not whiffing now. He's looking amazing this map.
He's not.
Yeah, coming in with double and triple kills, like, just changing the trajectory of rounds. Here comes our first gunfight of the round, having to drop to Prum. Captain Yuri didn't find the wall bang he wanted, and DNA is also going to be playing slow here. He knows that his gadget is going to be a lot more valuable than whatever is up ahead of him, so he's just got to play patient and wait for something to show.
Okay, do the spin.
Spinning's a cool trick.
Yeah, you gotta reset your crosshair. That's what you gotta do. But with some of these players just having some gunfights in between these little areas that can actually define how the round is going. Whenever Murray State has gotten the opening pick, it has led to a lot more, and that's something that I've loved, that they've improved from the actual first round itself. But Sam Houston State, because of that, they need to make sure that especially DNA plays dies, and that doesn't happen. Instead, Yuri just trades a whole lot of damage, but Itsuki could be the one that this team needs. Maybe he gets the wall bang. I don't think he will, but it would be very cool.
It looks like DNA starts inching away on the other side of the top of the box. Things have been going well for the attackers. They've been basically uncontested up here, so they get to open up the wall, have their first avenue towards a plant, but Monty Poncho is happily watching over this. Zen takes a kill as well, taking the head off of the defender. Ooh. Dirty Dan as well.
Ooh, DNA underneath. The Solus hasn't been spotted, but I think if Solus stays underneath, we all know just the power she can have. And now with Monty Poncho, he has been flanked up upon. This is where the Solus is powerful. The impact is going to go out. Alex is halfway done with the diffuser, but just the angle isn't there. And great plays by Sam Houston State just to finish out the map. There's A1 getting the final kill. It's 7-4 on map 2. It is Sam Houston State going to the finals in this season of NECC.
Yep, this is what we expected from this team. They have yet to drop a map in their competition NECC this spring, so very fittingly another 2-0 in their pockets going forward as they move on from here into the finals next week. So we will be seeing more of them. Unfortunately for Murray State Gold, this is the end of their bracket run, but they got just about everything that they were hoping for as the number 4 seed. Unfortunately, they have to go into Sam Houston State as early as semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, Sam Houston State was a very difficult team to counteract when they haven't lost a single map, not looking like they are going to go down in the slightest. I think Bank, there was some signs of life from that team, and they showed that they improved some of their massive flaws that were there in the first map, and a lot of that did come down to the fact that Sam Houston State just elected not to try to root out the flank in certain areas, and that came back to bite them. But their lead was just so huge that it didn't really matter in the end.
Yeah, I like that Bank pick overall. It's been a little bit since I've gotten a cast Bank, so I was happy to see it, and I actually do think that it really was very fitting for Murray State's playstyle as we were kind of anticipating coming into it as well. So that was really satisfying to see, and we saw some of the best moments of the night in the past couple of weeks tonight in this matchup as well, so I hope they're going home proud of the performance that they put up, and I can't wait to see what Sam Houston State puts up in finals.
Yeah, with collegiate, there's always just a team. Well, usually with every division, with every season, you just have one team that dominates, whether they go undefeated, whether they lose, like 3 maps over the entire season. And right now, for this little blip, it's Sam Houston State. They are that team. They are those giants looking to be toppled. I don't know if they ever will, Treasure.
Yeah, I mean, they've beaten all these teams already. So every single team that they come against in playoffs is a run back, someone looking to change the table, change the script. 2-0, maybe something better, maybe a 2-1 for them, maybe a 2-0 for them. But every single time it's gonna be that battle uphill against these Titans.
Yeah, well, we thank you guys so much for tuning in. That is it for us this day, and that is it for at least me. I don't know if Treasure will be there for the grand finals. Maybe not, but we thank you guys so much for tuning in, and make sure you tune in the rest of this week and the rest of the season for more NECC action. We'll see you then.